What's up, y'all? What's up? Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Shouts out to my TikTok love bugs and shouts out to my YouTube love bugs. If you are catching this on the replay, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Share the video, hype the video, all that good stuff, all that good stuff. Everybody up in here, get in here, come on over, come on over. Hope everybody's having a great weekend so far. I hope everybody is having a great weekend so far. Wait, let me. Ooh, excuse me. As you are coming in the room, y'all already know the deal. Make sure you guys are double tapping the screen so we can get the 5K likes so we can get this party started. That's when I'm going to start letting people up in the room. Okay. Yes, so on today's prompt, it says, why are foreigners always trying to tell Black Americans about their ancestry? And it says, are Black Americans native to the Americas? Are they indigenous? So, of course, I've seen a few panels. Y'all already know how we do this. Every time we do a prompt, it is based on content that we've seen, that we've heard, things that I've more than likely reacted to that is already posted on my channel and on my page here. So this creator's name was Nairi3. They were hosting a live, and then on the prompt, they call Black Americans pretendians, and on the prompt it says Black people are not indigenous to the Americas. So this is from a content creator that was on this app doing this. And then of course, if some of you are, following me, then y'all have seen the recent upload that I did of the Haitian. Well, she said she was bi-ethnic, but her mom is Haitian, trying to debunk the Black Americans that have done the Ancestry DNA test that they always say, take the DNA test, do the DNA test. They're always shouting from the rooftops to do that. So some people have been noticing that now on their DNA test is showing that they have ancestry in the southern eastern region of the United States of America. So the Haitian girl did the video and basically was saying, oh, it's a lie. It's not true. It's showing your journey. They moving the goalposts now that Black Americans have been, because these are Black Americans that are in agreement with the DNA test. We don't all think the same. All of us are not out here, reading the fine print or looking at the interviews of people from the 23andMe and all of these other sites and hearing them literally say it's for entertainment purposes, doing the research, knowing that they've gone bankrupt. Like, everyone does not share the same sentiments. Some people do actually believe those DNA tests can show you exactly what your ethnic markers are, and they can show you 2,500 countries that you come from, and they believe it wholeheartedly. So for the ones that have taken the DNA test, I've seen a couple of videos of them showing now, first of all, a lot of them say that they're, where they're from, it changes periodically. And they like to say, oh, it updated. No, how is it that you was from Mali 6 months ago and now all of a sudden you from Tanzania? Like, make it make sense. Hey, Shirley, thank you. But to each his own. Like, you can't really tell people what to believe in. I remember one of my uncle, third party. Yeah, I remember my uncle did this when it was like all the craze when they first came out. And he was like, yeah, I'm Nigerian. And I was just like, you're not Nigerian. I don't know what you really believe in, that you're Nigerian. I'm not Nigerian. So you saying you Nigerian. But, everybody got different genetic makeup. I don't know, child. But when he was telling me he was Nigerian, I was just looking at him. I never believed any of that. Like, I just never did. Like, I always felt like it was like just something to collect our DNA samples and be able to wage chemical, warfare on us. If y'all picking up what I'm putting down, just giving them more access to study us. That's what I always thought this before I even got on the internet. Okay. I've always been this way. And it just, none of it ever made sense. I never really resignated with the term African American. Like, I never really called myself that. Like, if people would refer to me as it, I didn't get like offended or anything. It just didn't make sense to me. I didn't even like to call myself black. I didn't even like that. I just used to call myself melanin rich. I would call myself bronze. Like I would call myself. I still call myself those things as well. But now I look at black more like an ethnic marker. Black American, should I say, more like an ethnic marker as opposed to like my beautiful brown mocha complected skin color. But I do my best to be transparent with you guys. Excuse me, I have allergies. Because thank you, Shade. Thank you guys. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you, Reese. It ain't approved or recommended. Exactly, South. And then also, you cannot take those tests to court. They don't hold up in court. My favorite is Black American and Solon. Solon, I like Solon too, but I don't really say like foundation. I don't walk around saying, I'm a foundational Black American. By his definition, I am. You know what I mean? I always say that. But I don't really, for the most part, I would say I'm a melanin-rich American, or I'd say these days Black American, because I never used to like Black American either. I used to be like, I'm not Black. Like, my complexion is not Black. I just looked at it that way. But, gaining more of a nuanced perspective on it and being in spaces with you guys and just understanding what it means as opposed to just being so tongue-in-cheek or like on the nose with the term Black. I get it. You know what I mean? And then I'm also still doing research and, so I don't really feel comfortable putting my personal genealogy out there or calling myself like what my grandfather did or, I'm not really in a space where I'm standing on that publicly either yet. So for now, we're Americans, bitch, and we got melanin, okay? And we Black, all right? And it is what it is. I say Black American. I refuse to allow immigrants to make me change how I identify. I say Black American, but I'm solely leaning to FBA. We aren't enriched people. They also bother about us gaining knowledge. That's true. Me either. I don't really say FBA. It's implied. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So it's not really something that I run around saying necessarily. So when people be like, oh, you FBA people, I'm like, technically I am, but I'm not running around waving a flag, Hey, Eve. So, we live rent-free. Roy, Somalis do not live rent-free in people's head. What is you talking about? Many don't know the difference between Native and Indigenous. Well, I would like for you all, we're going to open a panel once we get to the heart quota, and then you all could come up and explain what's your take on this. Like, this is not me just sitting up here giving my opinion. Like, I really genuinely want to know, what do you guys think about this topic? Because like I said, the Haitian girl that did her DNA, she's like, oh, this is about the journey. Like, and I'm like, wow. So now that the DNA test that y'all keep harassing Black Americans to take, now that it's showing that they have ancestry in the southern eastern region of the United States, y'all are moving the goalposts and saying, oh, that's just showing the journey. And oh, that's just showing recent ancestry. So we got to time travel back 5,000 years. They want us to hop in the DeLorean. They want us to get in a hot tub time machine and go back 500,000 years so that they can have a confirmation bias situation going on. Because if they just only saw, Zimbabwe and Congo and Ghana and Nigeria, then they're okay with that. You see how that goes? And then like in my comments, so the video I re-uploaded that video with the girl doing the DNA testing. I re-uploaded that. I think it got like 17,000 views so far on my YouTube. And people are ripping it in the comments like, oh, you guys are African. Somebody told me, oh, prove it, put your records up, show your genealogy. And I'm like, why are Black Americans always expected to prove their ancestry? Why do people feel like we owe them something so much so that we have to prove our ancestry? I wish the fuck I would get up here and put all of my ancestors' names on the internet. What are they on? Is it CRACK? What are these people on? Why do we have to prove anything? Why do we have to prove anything to these people? I'm just trying to understand, why is it always and only us that have to prove it? They're telling me this right now in my comments. Prove it, send your dog. Unwritten, I saw videos where people did that. This one person did a lizard at one point. They did a dog. I seen somebody do a sheep. They was doing all types of animals and all types of things and sending it in. But as long as they marked off the correct, a certain race, you know what I mean? And they had a certain type of surname, then the results is always going to come back a certain type of way. I literally walked out of my job Thursday because I'm not providing ish. I feel you. It's so fake. Yo, it's crazy to tell Africans to prove their genealogy. This is what hello, like they always saying that we have to prove it. Why do foreigners feel like Black Americans have to prove the fact that they're American? And then if they believe the out of Africa theory, then everybody's African, right? If they believe that, then why they not forcing Europeans to claim African? And why aren't they telling Europeans that they created everything and they run the government of America because they the true African and Europeans is a generic African? Why they not doing that to them? Why they not over in China telling the Chinese that they responsible for all of their technological advances because they actually the real Chinese, African Chinese? Like, why they ain't doing that to nobody else? Why they not running around telling anybody else we can lay claim and have stake in whatever it is that you created because all humankind originated in Africa, according to them and the theory that they choose to believe? Why don't they do that to everybody else? Why aren't they forcing Europeans to bow down to them? Why? Why aren't they forcing the Chinaman to bow down to them since all life originated in one region? They only do it to us. Only us. And I'm really, thank you, Tornado. I'm really excited. Not excited because it might get a little crazy, chat. But I really want to know what you guys have to say about this topic, because the things that I hear people say and the things that I'm constantly seeing about people saying, you ain't no Native American and you ain't no indigenous and you ain't this. When it's like, deeply melanated people are native to planet Earth. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the gifts. Deeply melanated people. Thank you, Tornado. Thank you, Leisha, for the Harvey. Deeply melanated people are native to the planet Earth. Everywhere else you go, you will see deeply melanated people, but not the United States of America. Everywhere else in the world, except for the United States of America, has deeply, thank you, Butterfly, has deeply melanated indigenous people. Every continent, everywhere you go, except for the United States of America. That's where they draw the line. They draw the line at the USA. Every place else has deeply melanated indigenous people. Like, what is up with that? Now, it kind of feels like, and I've said this before to you guys, it feels like how devout and overtly religious people are and how they try to force you to be Christian. Just using Christian as an example. Or let's just use a Jehovah's Witness. They'll knock on your door relentlessly. And then if you don't, accept that, or if you don't accept your Lord and Savior, and then you're automatically deemed as lesser than. You're demonic. You're going to HE double hockey sticks. You're not a righteous person. You're not a good person. Like, all of these things get placed on you because you don't choose to worship the same as other people. Or you don't believe in the same deities as other people. You don't believe, it kind of feels like that to me. Like, we're being ostracized and we're being, like, stones are being cast at us because for those of us who do not claim to be continental Africans, that's what it's given. And personally, reset your, okay, let me reset. I think the roses are, okay, let me update it. But it just gives that, like, why is it that we are the only group of people that are being condemned for saying that we're from where we're actually from, for claiming where our ancestors are from. Isn't that ironic? Like, that's so ironic to me. Thank you, Flying My Eagle. The irony. Thank you, Reese. I appreciate you guys. Like, what's really going on? Thank you, Tamia. Thank you guys for the gifts. Like, I'm just trying to figure out. And then also, why do people care how we identify? Why do people care how we identify? Why do people care what we call ourselves? Why do people care? I'm trying to figure that out too. Like, what is it to everybody? Why are people so invested in Black Americans' historical records? Because they want us to show our records, y'all. They've been telling me, show your records, post this, post that. And I said, I wish the fuck I would post. Y'all got me all the way fucked up. Thank you, Bryant. Why do they care so much? Hey, CJ. They rename us every 15, 20 years for a reason. Hello, exactly, because we rename them like we were their children because they're all immigrants. All that part too, Southern boy. For everybody to be trying to make us a continental African so bad. I've never been to an immigration office. I wouldn't know where to go. I wouldn't know what it looked like. I don't have anybody in my family that has ever had to go. Well, except for, the couple that has married immigrants. Because there's a couple immigrants that have been married into my family. But outside of that, I wouldn't know where that was at. I wouldn't know where to go. Thank you, Black Saxon. They can't benefit from us being indigenous. They want to steal our documents for themselves. Oh, that's why they keep telling me to post stuff. That's why they keep telling all of us, post your records, post your DNA, post your genealogy. And I'm just like, for those of us who actually do, I'm like, are y'all on something? You should not post that on the internet. That's like, for me, that's like posting your birth certificate on the internet. I don't do it. I'm not doing exactly it. That's why I don't. They be saying that stuff. So a lot of them get blocked, deleted, or just ignored. Like, I'm not posting anything. Because, I'm from Brooklyn. So they was trying to say I'm Caribbean. I'm not Caribbean. You could look on my YouTube and see my parents. You see my family. Nobody's talking with an accent. Sometimes we talk with accents just for because we funny. My mother also be talking like a Puerto Rican, but she ain't no Puerto Rican lady. Her godmother was a Puerto Rican lady. Speaking with a Spanish accent. Y'all already know we do accents. We do impressions. We're funny. We're comedians. But at the end of the day, no, they want us to be like them because they don't want to. Wait, they want us to be them because they don't want to be. Oh, okay. I bought land in Tennessee and found records. Nice. That's fire. I'll never post anything about my people. Yeah. I know immigration lawyers are making big money. Ooh. They trying to colonize our lineages. Dang. Buy land from them and you'll get records. Yeah, my mother is hilarious. She really is. My mother and my father, I'm so thankful to them for my personality. Because I'm like funny, crazy, bold. I'm also very kind and, intellectual. I'm a super cerebral person because of my father. I overanalyze things. I think it has a lot to do with my zodiac sign too and just how I grew up. But my family are comedians. Okay, let me start letting some of y'all up in here. Okay, hold up. So you have 3 minutes to speak. No cussing, no over talking, and state your ethnicity. Okay? Period. All right, let's go. Hello, oh my goodness. Triple K, are you about to do something crazy on here?
Hi,
I can't. Okay, hello. Oh, it's 4Ks. Okay, 4Ks. Can I have your nationality, your ethnicity, and I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
My name is Katemi and I'm from Uganda.
Are you in America?
No, I'm not American.
No, are you
I'm
in
an
America?
African.
Are you
No,
in America?
no.
Okay, go ahead.
So I don't really understand why, okay, many of us really want to care why other people care about how we express ourselves. Why are you letting that affect you?
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah.
Oh, I make content. I do social commentary. I talk about things that are trending. I talk about things that pertain to my community, and I talk about things that, are happening actively. So it's not affecting me. However, it is a part of my content, and we talk about things that we choose to talk about.
Yeah, but I think we should actually, all of us, we should actually recognize the good things about we should talk about the good things instead of recognizing all the bad, because the more people recognize all the bad, the more the bad gets spread. The bad things get spread. I don't know if you understand. And lately, people have normalized talking about in fact, giving the audience the bad things, giving it an audience and ignoring the good things.
So the
If
thing is, Black Americans have been ignoring a lot of the bad things that has been perpetuated and projected onto us by other communities. We've ignored it for decades, and that's why it's so bad now. It finally came to a head because we're actually finally starting to say something back. So we're not going to stop acknowledging bad things, because that's how you enact change. If we turn the other cheek, like a lot of you probably have a tendency to do over on your continent, then we wouldn't have made the types of progress that we have been able to make as a collective here in the United States of America.
Okay, I get you there. I guess I didn't understand your context at the first, but I also think if we also encourage people to recognize also the good things and stop giving the bad people a platform, and because some people just copy the bad things and then repeat the same pattern over and over and over in
So what
this
good things should we
society.
should we acknowledge?
You're there. But here, if someone comes out and they are expressing themselves in a cultural way, in a way that embraces themselves, we really celebrate that. And if you come out backlashing or doing something weird that's out of place, we ignore, like totally ignore. We isolate people who do bad things. And somehow on the internet here, people usually encourage, like someone does something bad and everyone is all hyped up. And I'm like, why are you being hyped up when they're actually abusing someone? Why are you giving that thing attention? In
Well,
a
I
good
don't
way.
encourage abuse and I don't hype up abuse. However, there's situations that have been going on in the Black American community as it pertains to foreigners for way too long, and we cannot continue to ignore it because it affects us in our daily lives and how we live. And that's not okay. I'm not going to sit back and not use my platform to spread awareness, to encourage us to be on the lookout for what's happening around us so that we could better arm ourselves and be prepared for anything that could disrupt our peace, work against the things that we're actively fighting for, or put us in a bad position. That's not safe and it's not smart. Did you want to add anything else before I went to the next person on the panel?
No. Thank you. It's
Okay.
actually educative.
Okay. Find my ego. Hello. Can I have your ethnicity? And then I'm going to go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Yeah, I'm original American. I'm indigenous. My parents were indigenous from Mississippi and Texas, and I love being me. I think what's going on right now is we're tired. I know I am. We've been a servant to everybody else all over the world. Okay, everybody have just jockeyed off all our ideas, our music, our talent, and we just been shucking and jiving and dancing for everybody else, helping everybody else with their problems. And now that we step up and reclaiming ourselves, and we're trying to help our own self, they're like, wait a minute, don't do that. Yeah, this is what we're doing. We helping our own people. We're not looking for you to help us anymore. We reclaim ourselves. If they named us and reclaimed us, that means they looked at us as property. If you name something, I mean you're my property.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And a lot of us walk around like that. We took that name. They gave us this name, so we have allegiance to them. They're our boss. Yes, a boss. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I've been got out of that mess, and I demand respect wherever I go, because I understand that you're looking at me as as property, and you play those little sharp games, like when I go to work, they play a little game with you. They try to bait you into this little try to make you feel less. You see. But they can't do it to me anymore. And I think right now we're not attacking them per se, but we're telling them enough is enough. It's over with. The time that we viewed you to be our leaders is gone. Okay, because we see if we gave you our consent to lead us, you putting us in the trash. Erase their history. Stop them from voting. Stop them from doing this. Now they got homelessness. If you're homeless, we can put you in jail for 2 years. Look at what they're doing in Louisiana. That was yesterday. If you're homeless in Louisiana, they can lock you up and put you to work. Make $2 a day.
That's insane.
I mean, I'm just saying what they're doing. I ain't making this stuff up. And so we want to have this next go round where we're gonna make our own mistake for ourselves. It's on us now. It's on us now. We have a collective strength. I'll give a perfect example, and I'll land my plane. You look at Walter Johnson, the tenderism, when he was shucking and jiving for that business owner.
Yes.
He was so loyal to him. He was trying to say, "Oh, boss, I'm loyal to you. I'm loyal to you, boss." And Keith Lee came and tried to give him $4,000, and the business owner was like, "No, spread that around to all my employees. Don't get that man no $4,000." And it got wind back to him. He's like, "You can't let me get that $4,000, my money." And he left. He got the nerve to walk off the plantation, and look at what he's doing now. We got him on an American tour, making thousands of dollars, him and his wife touring and promoting Black restaurants. That's what we're gonna start doing, helping our own people. That was a perfect example, and I applaud our people for doing that, because I knew he was not the business owner. The way he was dancing, I was like, nah, he's shucking. That's a shucky dance.
Yeah, not a shucky dance. Oh my God.
I believe it right there.
Okay. T, can I have your ethnicity? I'm going to go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Yes, ma'am. I'm ethnic Black American.
Oh, we can't hear you. Is
Okay,
it the headphones? Yeah, it sound like you underwater.
Okay, I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna turn this off. Hold on one moment. Let me get off this.
Okay.
Hello?
Oh, that's so much better. Oh my goodness. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I'm ethnic Black American, and thank you for inviting me onto your panel. I think. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I think foreign people try to attach to ethnic Black Americans because ethnic Black Americans are relevant around the whole world, and they're not. And they come here trying to leech off of our ethnic lineage and what we've achieved, at the same time trying to denigrate us for their own selfishness. Black Americans are ethnically and culturally different from Black people from other places. We don't have to talk about that. That's exactly what it is. And our DNA is also different because we're mixed people of different degrees. So I don't need to go into that. We already know what that is. A lot of these people are extremely jealous of Black Americans, are extremely insecure about who they really are. So they need to drag us into conversations. And it's very strange when you hear someone from Britain or somewhere in Africa talking about Black Americans. We don't know these people. We've never seen these people or talked about them. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. I'm hearing
No, I
echoes.
can hear you. Yeah, I don't. It is an echo, but we can hear you though.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize for that, guys. I don't really know why that's going on. I
No,
have
it's
good
okay.
service.
We can we can hear you.
Are Black Americans native to the Americas? Our ethnicity alone is native to what's now the United States, which was established in 1776. So yes, Black American ethnicity is native to what's now the United States. That alone is native. And there were Black people who were here before the translated slave trade. So yes, here. Are they indigenous? Yes, Black Americans who are slave descendants are indigenous to what's now the United States, not only by our lineage, but by blood and citizenship. We are totally different from someone who comes here from a colonized country in pre-colonial Africa or somewhere in the Caribbean or elsewhere. And we have more lineage and leverage in here in the United States than any YT person. Most of them are immigrants too. And I don't think that we should really give these people any mind. We should only respond to these tether people when it's, when we need to. We should ignore them because no one pays any attention to them anyway. You know what I'm saying? They only try to get attention by attaching themselves to us. You see them out here trying to attach themselves to Juneteenth, try to attach themselves to any American holiday because no one cares about them. They're not relevant. They're not innovative. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to African Caribbean people, but if you want that fire, you're going to get it. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hello, Shay, the designer. Can I have your ethnicity, and then I want to give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Hello, I am literally an American that is indigenous to this nation. Y'all call us black, y'all call us African American, what have you. And that's great for those people. My lineage goes back to 1802. That's where I researched. I am an indigenous woman to this country because that's what my family lineage comes from. If you look at me, everybody always says, "Oh my God, your high cheekbones, da 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 da, whatever." I am that because I am a black woman that's living in this body that has those same attributes. What I am going to say is, again, I researched my family lineage. It goes back to 1802 here in the Americas. My family does not come from the African slave trade. I don't know where that comes from. I'm going to keep it cute. I'm not that person. I don't disrespect anybody's culture. However, I am an American woman. I'm from the Americas. I'm the original. If you look at me, I'm the original blueprint. I need y'all to seriously take this. When I say take this on and find your lineage, there is so much money out here. I've literally acquired land because I did the work. Do the work. There is so much money out here that they don't want to tell you that you can acquire and get. However, if you do the work and you get your paperwork, I can help. Get your paperwork together, create some generational foundations. My family owns, I let me say that. I own 57 acres in Tennessee, 18 acres in Mississippi. But my family as a whole, we literally own
That's great.
maybe 574 acres combined.
I love that.
Let's do the work. They will never tell you how to get it, but it's out there for us. And I use their laws, the same laws that they say that we can't, because they say we are not a people. I need y'all to start doing the work. We are fighting a genocide that they say we are not human. So use those subjective lines to create the wealth that they say we can't have. I live amazing life. I live an amazing life. And the white tea people in my community absolutely hate me because I know who I am. I need y'all to stop focusing on the problems because those problems are there as distractions. Focus on what they ain't seeing. Gain the knowledge from what they don't say
Thanks, my aunt.
and become amazing. This is our land. We don't have to fight for it. You just got to know the proper terms to get it.
Facts. Someone says, so what do you
And I
do?
come on here to like explore or say to um, gain a profit because I teach this for free
Yeah, I was just about to say that because someone in the
because
comments
I'm
said,
rich.
so what did you do? Someone said, so what did you do? So, would you suggest that people send you a DM if they would like to get further information or?
I absolutely, if you send me a DM, I absolutely will tell you exactly where you need to go. I put it in the comments. What I will
Oh,
say is you have to know your own genealogy. I can't do that work for you. I put in a lot of heart, sweat, and tears to find out who my family was. So you have to do that part on your own. But from there, I can absolutely give you everything that you need to get where you need to be. The money is there, the land is there, everything is available to you. Learn who you are as a people, and I will absolutely help you for free. I'm not that girl that's like, no, buy my ebook. I don't care enough about none of that. I want to help all of my people to the point where I'm literally like I have a compound. My family, we have tiny homes that aren't so tiny, but we have a compound in a specific area. Again, like I said, I own a lot of land, but we have one specific compound that just let me help you. We go from land to land, station to station. And baby, when I say it's amazing, I want to help all of my people that are not just looking like me, but for real, you did the real work because I know you are from here. I don't take nothing away from the diaspora of those that look like me, but not from here.
mm-hmm.
I'm not judging you. I'm saying there is a certain diaspora from the Americas that look like, and we've been fighting hard, and you don't even have to. Live a comfortable, soft life. I don't have to fight no more. So if I can help you, I want to help you. DM me, find your genealogy. I got you for free. But thank you for allowing me to come up here to say that because my
Of course.
platform is not as big as yours. So I appreciate I black woman, like I respect you. If there is anything
Thank
that I
you.
can do, I want to help.
Absolutely. What they said, the majority of FBAs can't trace to tribes because of reclassification. Reparations works for all.
So sorry, let me interject there.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
so that's where they want to stop you at. It go to any black library. I'm trying to like say this without getting you banned
Like the
or
Library of
because I
Congress.
yeah. So
Mhm.
go to any library that will help you. What and go to their libraries because that's where I found all of my information. It wasn't that I went to mine, I went to theirs. And I found everything that I needed to know from their instructions, their libraries, their information that they put out here. Go to their stuff and start researching. Like if you got a Meemaw that or a because I got a Nana. I went to my big mama and I put her name in. Me going to my big mama led to me finding out a lot of stuff. So you gotta like just go to use their own information against themselves. And I promise you, you will find everything that you need to know.
Okay. Um, if you guys want to join the panel, there's a little icon at the bottom, but that looks like two little people. Press it and request up. Hello, FBA Judah. I'm going to give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt. I know that you don't have an immigrant background, so go for it.
Okay, yeah. I ain't got no nana, no memo. I got a mud deer.
Okay.
So y'all know about mud deer?
We all heard of Medea's.
Okay, yeah, that's my grandma. My grandma, we call my grandmama. Well, we country, we say mother.
Okay.
From Louisiana, we mother, but it's mud deer. Yeah. But we just say mother because in Louisiana we just like that.
Okay. Did you want to answer the prompt?
Yeah, I do. I do. 3 minutes to speak. No cussing. No over talking. State your ethnicity. Okay, we already know that. Why are foreigners always trying to tell Black Americans about their ancestry? I really can't answer that for them. They probably have to answer that because it's diabolical for them to try to tell somebody else who they are and where they're from. Are Black Americans native to the Americas? Are they indigenous? Yes.
Okay. Did you want to add anything else to the conversation?
Well, I do. I do because it's crazy for somebody to say that somebody who they don't know is a certain person. It's diabolical, actually, because I can't go to Kenya and say, you are this person or that person. It's diabolical for me to do that. So it's not realistic. So just because we have melanin, the sun don't burn us up and stuff, doesn't mean we are Africa. Africa is not even the real name of that land. It's a continent. There are Arabs in Africa that live in Africa and stuff. So just to say African is diabolical in itself. So people want to um, take over what we've built and what we've done and attribute it to them, and it's not right. What they should do is delineate from us the same way we delineate from them. They should delineate from us and then hold their own nuts and hold their own and show what they have contributed to the world, and then everybody show what they contribute to the world. Don't tether to us just because we have melanin, a deep, dark, rich melanin and stuff, or we don't have. Some of us are light skinned, some are dark skinned. My mother and my daddy my mother is light skinned, my daddy is dark skinned. All our kids are every shade of dark. I'm the darkest person in my family, but I have a light bright person in my family too. So just because we have melanin don't mean you know what I'm saying, we are African. So you can't just it's white people that's from Africa.
Okay.
They don't call them African. It's crazy.
Okay. Let's get to the next person. Mr. Old Man, can I have your ethnicity? And I'm going to give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt. Hello. Let me see you. I sent you an invite to unmute your mic.
Forgive me, I hit the button by accident.
Okay.
I'm at work. You can
All
take
right.
me down.
Okay. Bye. Okay. You said should you drop if you want to. I mean, it's just a couple of y'all up here right now. I don't know where the hell everybody at, but I'm sure the longer we're up here, more people will trickle in. It's only been 44 minutes. You guys can chime in and say something if you would like to. You could come off your mic and speak if you have anything else that you want to add. Yes, everybody up in here, make sure you share the live. Double tap the screen. Let's get this live stream to 20K likes. And let me refresh this.
So for me, sis, I literally, if you want me to drop, I'll drop. I
No, you
stayed
don't have
up
to drop.
because I know there are so many people that have so many questions. And I promise I will get to everybody as I can because I work a real job. I run multiple businesses and I'm also in medical school. So there's a lot that I'm doing, but I promise you, I want to give everybody the information because it's just there, and it landed in my lap and I was like, wow, damn, you mean to tell me all of this money is for reparations? I'm
Mm-hmm.
gonna always say that I'm definitely for reparations. However, I'm getting mine however I gotta get them, but it's I'm using their laws against them, and it's working for me. So I want to give everybody the opportunity to be able to do that while still simultaneously like living my life. So I got a lot going on. Again, I'm working a job, I'm running businesses, and I'm in medical school. So Black people, when it comes to me looking like me, I got y'all because I'm going to be the doctor that has us. So I need any other doctors that's on the panel that are even thinking about going to medical school. There's money, there's funding. I know they said that they taking it away from the nursing, but I need y'all to still keep going. It's money available. You just got to know how to use it.
Okay. Thank you, CJ. Everybody, yes, definitely add to the gift goal. And send your heart me's. Okay, Del Monte Green Beans, hello.
Hello, can you hear me clear?
Let me see. Speak again.
Can you hear me clear?
You sound a little muffled. Are you on speaker?
No, ma'am. I'm on the Bluetooth.
That's probably why. We can hear you. It just sound a little echoey. But go ahead. I'm gonna give you your 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm in the garage. But yeah, the young lady underneath me, I hear what you're saying, but you shouldn't pile up a lot of work for yourself. You should probably create a way to like everyone should go to a template and create some way of a rule of engagement first. See how that goes. You don't have to create nothing majorly tech what per se what. No, just create something simple so everybody can follow for right now. In the meantime, until you can get to people, but don't get everybody. You're gonna get ransacked with everybody trying to find something. That's gonna kind of become overwhelming with your load that you have already. But I hear you. I understand you want to help people, but yeah, don't create nothing where create a problem for yourself. Yeah, I hear you, bro. But and then LJ, you can drop me on down. That's all. I ain't have nothing else to say. I can listen from afar.
Okay. Can we have Chris the Rebel? Can I have your ethnicity? I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Love, I know you talk to a lot of people, so I ain't gonna take it personal because we ain't talked multiple times, love. So I ain't gonna take it personal.
when was the last time you was up here?
Oh, I was talking to you on Leo's panel multiple times when you was up there. Me and you talked
When?
multiple
When?
times.
When? How long ago was it?
Maybe a month ago or so, and multiple times on YouTube when you're talking about the males doing their little bullshit. I
You
be
have the
definitely
same username on YouTube
present.
too?
Yep. The same username. Yep. I be on YouTube right there in your chat, getting on the males' asses when they be crying because you saying they need to be getting their
That
money
was so
together,
long
baby.
ago. You know I be talking to hundreds of people. But go
Right.
ahead.
But I'm from Mississippi, you know what I'm saying? Black American. I'm gonna read the prompt. So it says, why are foreigners always trying to tell Black Americans about their ancestry? Well, I think because they believe that we don't know who we are because I guess the people who their handlers are allegedly, right? They tell them that Black Americans are some displaced people who don't know who we are. We're African, all kind of different things. So naturally, I think when they come to really have a conversation with us and they find out that we really have deep ancestry that our grandparents and elders already laid down, they kind of start getting confused on what they have heard. They don't really want to be honest about, well, you know what? I'm sorry that I guess I made that assessment. You Black Americans do know your ancestry. You aren't those particular people that we say you are. And I think that's partially for the American system being that the black box that everybody marks for every statistical thing applies to everyone who thinks they're black, especially Africans and Caribbeans. They can just mark in that box, and then while they win, oh, I'm this and that, and then when they lose, it's the Black Americans, all of them are just this and that. So that's partially why they think we don't have ancestry, because there's so many baby mamas and stuff that could possibly be Caribbean and stuff because of the box. So they make that confusion. Then are Black Americans native to Americas? Most definitely so. There's multiple writings. You got De Soto, for example. He's a Spanish explorer that came over here. He listed that there's multiple black people that were here. Ethiopia was what they called the Atlantic Ocean before it existed. So he said that they were not Ethiopians, the people that he seen, that they were something different than the Ethiopians that they normally encountered. So that just proves that there's indigenous. Plus, there's just when you say black people, I guess without the ethnicity, that would make sense because that color is the primary color, and then every color gets lighter, and that just biologically you would know so because obviously a fair skinned person can't be in the sunlight, and one thing we have permanently is sunlight. That's never going nowhere. If sunlight goes away, I'm pretty sure none of us want to see that. So I would say that's one of the main things, that sunlight obviously being hurting certain people's skin shows that could be a problem. And I'll end there.
Okay. If anybody else wants to join the panel, you are more than welcome to. And we're going to just do a quick open panel right now. So if anybody that's currently on the panel want to say something, go for it. No over talking each other, no monologuing, and no inflammatory language. Oh, wait. Let me add.
A lot of people in the comments are asking certain questions. And like I said, message me. I promise you, I got a team. My family is my family is amazing. My team is built from my family. My mother, my father, my cousins, my uncles, my aunties. I'm not doing this or saying any of this because I have broken home issues. It was there. Like, so if I'm gonna talk, I'm gonna talk. My mom and my dad hated each other for years. It was me that brought them back together, that showed them like we gotta connect differently. Like y'all loved each other at one point, created me. So we not gonna do that. When I say my family is my biggest support system, I'm doing this because I can. I'm in medical school because my family allows me to not have to work. I need y'all to understand that therapy helped me get there. Therapy is the reason why I'm able to talk to y'all and tell y'all the knowledge that I know, because I went and I did the hard work. As black people, we have to stop thinking like the crucifixion of everything. Like everything ain't wrong or bad. Get the people that's in your corner, support them. They will support you. I promise you. So with that being said, my family is my biggest support system. I employed all of my family because I created a fund to where I did the work. My family does not have to go to a 9 to 5. They get paid based off of what I learned and created a business. I'm trying to teach all of my people this stuff because it works. I just use their language, their knowledge, and I created a capital for us.
Okay. Let's get to Rai. Rai?
Hello, OCO Chintami. Hello.
Hello. Okay, let me go ahead and give you 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, why are foreigners always trying to tell Black Americans about their ancestry? Are Black Americans native to the Americas? Are they indigenous? So, I really don't know why anyone that is not from the Americas is speaking on people who are from the Americas ancestry. Point blank. Period. A lot of them actually don't know their own history. Even the natives don't even know their own history. Um, let's see. Are Black Americans native to the Americas? A lot of us are. There were reclassifications and things that were done to my ancestors and other peoples who are now being identified as Black, and now Black even means African now. So I don't.
Oh Lord,
It's just a whole
hello.
bunch of
I
hoopla.
cannot with that.
Yeah, yeah. But and let's say, are they indigenous? Now, when it comes to the word indigenous, I I say I really don't even use that. I refer to myself as an Aboriginal American. I have
Mhm.
Aboriginal ancestors, Aboriginal and American ancestry, because when it comes to those words, I like to get down to the T, the etymology, the nitty gritty, right?
So, can you tell us the difference between saying that you're Aboriginal versus Native versus Indigenous? Do you
Okay,
know, like, a quick breakdown?
okay. So being native to somewhere, and I think you touched on this, Love Jones, the other day. You actually touched on, being native, and it's just like that means to just be from somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then with indigenous basically, it kind of means the same thing as native, if I'm not mistaken. And now Aboriginal means the original people from a land, meaning that they are from that land. They didn't come from anywhere else. So that's what Aboriginal means. Also, Aboriginal refers to the first inhabitants of basically what I just said, of a land. And Aboriginal people have existed all around the world, not just in the Americas, but all around the world. And we all share similar features as well, if you look into it. But yeah.
Okay. You know what's crazy? Somebody told me that it was the opposite. Like, Indigenous meant what you just said, Aboriginal meant, and Aboriginal meant. I don't know. People be switching stuff. I'm a. But keep
That's why
going.
it takes you. That's why we have to do our own research too. Like you can listen to
Exactly.
what somebody said, but you got to look into it for yourself as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna Google it and just see what Google says. So you said you call yourself Aboriginal.
Yes, I refer to myself as Aboriginal American because, based per my family tree, my ancestors were from here and they've been here. I have lineages to tribes and clans that have been here, so I refer to myself as Aboriginal American.
Okay, so Aboriginal says the term Aboriginal means being the first or earliest known to live in a place or naturally existing in a region from the beginning. So that's exactly what you said. But it does say it's synonymous with native or indigenous. Now let's see what
Now, yes, it's
indigenous.
going to say that. But if you actually look into it and you actually really tell yourself, like, you would know, like, a lot of Native Americans, they literally are just now referring to themselves as American Indian. They're
Yes.
just now
Didn't they
using
take
these
that as a
terms because,
flaw?
hmm because
Okay,
they're
so
just now saying this stuff, and they're only doing it because we, I'm
hello?
sorry, someone keeps calling me.
Oh,
They're
me
only
too.
doing
My
this
phone was
because,
going in and out too.
yes, some. I'm
Okay, I'm
finna
just
put
going to
my
read
phone
the
down.
term indigenous. The term indigenous refers to the original inhabitants of a specific region or environment. It describes peoples, cultures, or things that originate naturally in an area and have deep historical continuity in pre-colonial or pre-invasion societies predating the arrival of dominant populations.
Okay, so it's kind of like Aboriginal, but it's I don't know.
Maybe
I
you
don't know.
could say, I mean,
I like the term Aboriginal because like I said, it's the first people of a land. So
Okay.
that's the definition I like to go with. Now, indigenous, that definitely is kind of synonymous, but it's not exactly synonymous. But yeah.
Okay, and then native means something or someone originating, born, or naturally existing in a specific place. Okay.
So there's just someone that's born somewhere. So yeah, I'm not gonna I would never refer to myself as native anyway, because my ancestors were not referred to as natives. Did not consider themselves natives. None of the oral traditions or stories in my family ever said anything about native. I don't look like a native. I don't have those phenotypes either. So yeah.
Okay. Let's get to the next person. Let's get this live stream to 30,000 likes. Share it if you have not already shared it, and absolutely add to the gift goal. Okay, can we have Beautiful Journey? Can I have your ethnicity? I'm going to give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Black American.
Do you have an immigrant background?
No. Both of my parents are born and raised in New Orleans, Louisiana.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Foreigners are always trying to tell Black Americans about their ancestry because they're no different than the Europeans that colonized us so many thousands of years ago. Everybody is in on our oppression in one way or another. And when you really start to study these people intricately,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
when you really start to study these people intricately, you really start to understand, yeah, that they're in on it. They're in on it. I personally become infuriated because there is anybody that can't tell me anything about what happened in Louisiana can't tell me shit. I mean, I'm sorry for cursing. Can't tell me anything about indigenous ancestry. Nothing. If you don't know what happened in Louisiana, because one of the most powerful indigenous story is located in Louisiana. It's a lot of stuff that went down here to the point where it's just, how can somebody say that they are indigenous, but they don't even, first of all, understand the Indian slave trade, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't even understand that. So it really grinds my gears when people try to say, oh, y'all not Indians, y'all not indigenous, y'all are African, y'all are this. How can I, as a Black American woman born and raised in New Orleans, Louisiana, being African, when only 6,000 Africans were brought over here during the 1700s? Meanwhile, 20,000 to 70,000 indigenous people was already over here being enslaved before them Africans got here. But they ignore the information. You know what I'm saying? We give them history, they ignore it. Because they are the same people as these Europeans. I do believe Black Americans are indigenous to the Americas. Because again, I'll give you an example. I can go anywhere in Louisiana, pull out a Black American and ask them if they have Indian in them. 8 times out of 10, they're going to tell me yeah. They're going to straight up tell me yeah. It happened to me a month ago. I saw this woman, I could see in her face that she was Indian. I asked her, ma'am, do you have Indian in you? Guess what she told me? Yes, ma'am, I'm Cherokee and my husband is Choctaw. It's too many of us saying the same thing for me to sit here and feel like it's fraudulent. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Weird. These people are weirdos.
Yeah, you know what? They disrespect us by telling us our ancestors are liars and our grandmothers lied to us. And it's like everyone else, I mean, especially, people over on the continent, all they have to rely on is oral tradition and oral history. Yet when we talk about our oral history, it's just a blatant, flat out lie. Yet they have absolutely nothing to trace back to what they've been told orally. We actually have historical documents to back up a lot of what it is that we've learned. So it's just very ironic.
I get mad because I feel like I'm constantly having to teach a math class. Like, if 6,000 Africans was brought to a place and there's 70,000 indigenous people there, and these Africans are refugees, they're literally prisoners of war. Those 6,000 Africans are getting swallowed up by the culture that's already there. Like that is basic math. And we don't know how many of them were women. We don't know how many of them were men. We don't know how many of them were children. So you have Africans intermixing with the indigenous people that was already there. They're getting swallowed up. It's a small percentage in comparison to thousands of years of indigenous history. And like, what are we talking about? So now it's like they don't know math. Come on, yo. That doesn't make any sense.
And then, like, also, like, literally, I believe, what is it? Because I was just in the lab where they were talking about the numbers, but basically, how could, I would say anywhere like 30,000 to 60,000, maybe Africans, how does that equal into, 4 million people? Like, how does that
Right.
within
Right.
300 years? It just, a lot of the stuff is contradicting. And then also, when you think about the explorers who came over here, they refer to us as Negros del Terra, which meant the blacks of the land.
And that makes sense because the first settlers that came, for example, to Louisiana was the Spanish people. It wasn't the British or the French. The Spanish people came over here. And what's so interesting is that by the time the Spanish came to Louisiana, Azteca had recently fallen and had already been infiltrated. We already know that the Aztecs were black. You got the Natchez over here telling De Soto that they came from Mexico. So we have a Mesoamerican culture in Louisiana to deal with. So what's really going on, yo? Like, that's crazy.
People, it's just ignorance. At this
Right.
point, it's just ignorance. That's all I can chalk it up to. It's ignorance because it's so much information out here. There's so many sources. There is scientific proof showing that we are not them. Like, we don't have the same features. We don't have the same skull shape. We don't even have the same bone density.
Sorry about that, y'all.
They need our frequency to be low.
Wait, somebody in the comments keeps saying prove it. Why? This is what I was saying earlier. Well, who are you people that we need to prove something to?
Exactly.
Like, I think it's so disrespectful, or like you really got too much dip on your chip to even feel like you could demand that we prove something to you. You prove it. We have more paperwork than a lot of y'all do. You don't even have the balls enough to come. Oh, look, she about to come on the platform. We're not gonna cuss people out. I'm gonna try to police myself. You know, we gonna be sometimes, K1,
Hello.
Where the
can I have your
sources?
ethnicity? And I'm gonna go ahead and give you
Yes,
3
I'm a
minutes.
black woman.
Do you have an immigrant background?
No.
Okay, let me give you 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. The reason why I say I keep saying to prove it is because I've talked to several FBA. I've been on other panels, but every time that someone else will say, well, prove it, there's no answer that's legitimately proved by anything. So I was asking you all the same question.
Answer to what? What are you saying to prove?
You being indigenous,
So what is the alternative? So you're saying that we are
there's no alternative. You're claiming that you are, and somebody made the comment that you said, quote unquote, we are not them. So what is it that, wait, hold on, I'm trying to understand this. What is it that you rely on to say that you're indigenous besides hearsay?
So what are you? Who are you?
No.
What do you mean no? No, that's
I'm
not how this
asking a
works.
question. I just told you I'm a black woman.
No, are you African? Like, do
I
you
have a
claim
no.
that you
Well,
have
I
African
have
ancestry?
descendants. I have descendants that yes came from the continent. Yes, I
Okay, so
do.
you have African ancestry.
I'm pretty sure I do. I'm a black woman.
Prove
Have you not
that.
No, do
proved?
you
But
do you have proof of that?
Can you prove that? You're
Yes,
saying you're sure, but
How?
can
of
you prove
course,
that?
of
How can you
course.
prove it? How?
Why are you all asking me when I came up here to ask you?
Because this
Because it's
is
only
wait,
fair.
hold on,
Wait a
boo, hold
minute, wait
on.
a minute. I'm not claiming anything that's fresh.
You're in the comments demanding that people prove things, and if you can demand that, then you should be well equipped to go first. That's why I'm asking you, because I would not get up here making claims, telling people who they are, if I cannot prove that you were wrong. And this is exactly what I was saying earlier on, that why is it that people who say we don't have direct African ancestry always have to prove something, but when we ask other people to prove it, what do you have besides hearsay and an indoctrinated version of history? I've never seen a slave ship.
Never seen nobody claiming to be FBA prove that they were African.
in
Exactly.
host, to that point too, when you're asking for type of proof, it is wise for you to be able to show what is a valid source of proof to you, right?
Exactly.
Because if you're asking for something, we need to know what data are you working off of that you've proven otherwise, right?
And I would like to add briefly. I'm gonna be very fair, right? A while ago, I was on a panel, a Black
Wait, I don't
American
think she
man.
knows that she's muted. Go ahead, and then I'm gonna send her invite to unmute because she don't probably know she's muted because she
Okay,
did hadn't said anything. Go ahead.
a Black American man came on a panel that I was on, and without being disrespectful or nasty, he explained his African ancestry. He told us about his African ancestor, who was a part of his family line that his family told him about. He spoke very clearly. He spoke very gracefully. We had a very nice long conversation, and it was actually really enjoyable, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sitting here and I'm like, yeah, if you're gonna come up here and try and demand that we prove something, it's only fair that if you're so sure that you have African ancestry, that you are able to clearly prove it the same way that that Black American man proved it a while ago. I watched him do it. So,
Exactly.
because at that point, if you can't and you just coming up here to pester us, you're just being nasty for no reason.
Let
You're
me
you're being weird.
Wait a minute. What you
let me
don't
see that.
understand is that I'm not the subject here. Okay, the
Well, ma'am,
man
but
that
this isn't
hold
your
on, but
panel. You can't do that.
the
This isn't your
his
panel.
Wait,
man that
hold on, beautiful.
explained
Let her go.
the man that explained his ancestry to you. That's all. That's wonderful and good. You're telling me that I can't do that clearly, but guess what? You're not doing it either. So you're giving him accolades because he was kind and nice and he was enjoyable, but you're on the other end of that right now. You're not sharing, any information on how can you prove that you're indigenous.
You sound
Well,
like
it's
a
a thing
Wait,
bully.
though.
hold
Hold
on.
on,
Wait,
hold on.
everybody mute,
Besides,
please.
I
Two
heard somebody
seconds.
say
Is it
their
K1 or
family told
KH?
them.
Hold on. The prompt says, why are foreigners always trying to tell Black Americans about their ancestry? And then it says, are Black Americans native to the Americans? Are they indigenous? Question mark. There's nowhere on the prompt does it say prove that you are indigenous. There's nowhere on the prompt that says FBA anywhere. And there's nowhere on the prompt that definitively Black Americans are indigenous and Black Americans are native. It is literally posing a question. These two people up here that have, claimed their ancestry because they chose to disclose that, no one asked them to do that. So you coming up here saying, prove it, prove it. People have done their genealogy. People have spoken to their ancestors. I walked the earth at the same time as my great grandmother. People have read books. There's a lot of primary resources that you can go and look up. So for you to be in the comments saying, prove it, why isn't it fair for us to also tell you to prove it when that
Well,
was
the
not on
reason
the
why
prompt?
The reason
That's
why
not
I
on the
ask
prompt.
is because there's no artifacts that are available for us to see for the original indigenous folks. I have done some research. Wait a minute. I have done some research on it, and there's very little to say about the actual interactions. There is some documentation of interactions between this group of people called indigenous. Okay, there is some literature available, but it is not a mass amount of information. And I am just curious about, because a lot of people are saying there it's like like nothing we've seen before. Like everybody's claiming to be indigenous now. I'm indigenous. No, when 5 years ago you were black. So I'm just trying to figure out, because there is, I mean, in order to prove it, you got to prove it.
Well, can you
And
prove? So, what would be
hold
the
on.
latter?
Let me say this. If you really are indigenous, does this country recognize you as indigenous? Because there is something in the government that says if you are indigenous, there's a process to go through. Now, the process that you go through, I'm just letting you all know, you have to go to the nation or tribe who you claim to be from, and they have to accept you into
Do you not
your
know how
indigenous
many?
title.
Okay, there's many tribes right now that are accepting people that look very similar to me and the other people on this panel. That is happening in 2026. I don't know if you know
Hold
anything about
on.
that. You can
Well,
look that
I
up.
don't know.
I'm tired of
Hold
holding on.
on.
I don't know what you're getting at,
I
but I
know
think
because
that you no. This is my panel.
I'm black, but I do
I
have some native in me. Okay.
believe
That's
that
why I'm telling you
you no, you
this.
can't tell me anything.
You can't just
I'm
steal
telling you, no one's stealing anybody's
somebody's
identity.
lineage and
No
bloodline.
one's stealing anybody's lineage. If you are a Black American woman without an immigrant background, then you should know that we've been reclassified up to 7 times, and that has to be for a reason. No other group of people have been reclassified. Nobody else's lineage or historical advancements and achievements, even the things that we say, they're now running around saying they have Black fatigue. It's happening right before your eyes. You're watching people steal our intellectual property, reclassify themselves
Okay.
as us. Native
I'm just
Americans are
telling you
doing.
what has to happen if you want to
I
claim
don't.
any of that.
You can't even answer a simple
You
question.
have to be included in their numbers. And as you
You
know,
don't
on a
tell me
reservation, they
what
have their
we
own
do.
bylaws and
No one is
everything.
trying to get on a reservation. Those reservations look like
There,
third world
yeah,
countries.
but the
That
title
is not what
indigenous,
anybody is trying to do.
the
The
title
Eurasian,
indigenous,
the
Their
wait,
title is
Eurasian
not indigenous, it's
was
native.
never
it
calling
it
themselves.
belongs to the
No,
Girl,
it's
tribes
you
and
Native
gotta
nation.
shut
American.
up. Native
No,
Americans never classify themselves as indigenous.
not
Just
one
like Rara
time.
said earlier, they're just starting to call themselves Indian. They said it was derogatory. They were literally fighting the Red
Yeah.
Sox and the
They
Indian
did
the
not want to be
baseball
referred
team
to as that.
because they thought it was derogatory. They didn't want to be referred to as Indian or anything outside of Native Americans. So you need to
Correct.
stop lying. They did not run around calling themselves indigenous. That is also a new age thing. And the reason why it seems like a big boom is because people are actually doing their research. They're not relying on the fake ass, pseudo ass, indoctrinated ass version of history that was curated by the small hat people given to us in these school systems and propagated by the government. They've been lying to us. We need to disconnect from the government. Who the fuck are they to tell us who we are? All they do is lie. You will never get the full truth to people that have been put into play to oppress you. And it is sad. It is so sad
And can I
that
say
you
this,
are
Sister
a woman that is seasoned. I could tell that you're seasoned, and you're sitting up here saying you should believe the indoctrinated version of history, and the research that you all have been doing on your own is null and void. The things that you've been hearing from your ancestors is null and void. What the white man told you holds more bearing on how you should identify and how you should see yourself. I think that is really sad. Go ahead, Unwritten.
Yeah, no, I came up here to address her. We have been relying on colonizers' information when it came to certain forms of history, right? And that's where you got your indoctrination from, right? We all got the same indoctrination. So I understand where it came from, right? However, it has been our responsibility to truly do our own research on our family lineage, and that is through genealogy. You actually being able to pull your own family records and understand the path in which they took and the people that they are. You haven't done that work, and so you're literally criticizing other people who
You don't know
have.
what I've
When
done.
you haven't done it, right? So you
You
haven't
don't
done
know
that
what
work.
I've
No,
done.
no, you haven't done it, right?
It's
So
more than, hold
you
on.
haven't done it. No,
It's more than
I'm
genealogy.
like I said,
It's her
babe,
go. She has 3 minutes. Go ahead
you
and
haven't
written.
done that work, right? Because anyone who has done this work would not be coming up asking on a panel. Anyone who has done that work would not be coming up on a panel asking people to prove their indigeneity when you know exactly how you can prove your
I don't know why
indigeneity.
y'all are avoiding the
So it's
question.
like it's very easy to prove it. That's the thing. Like it's literally your own family history,
Why are
right?
you running
So
from it?
it's not you.
Why
You're
are
not
you running
important.
from it? We
KW,
asked you to prove it and you didn't.
KH. You're not important, babe. Like I don't
You know
understand
what?
why you think
I
anyone needs
am
to prove
proud
anything to
to
you.
have even a drop
You
of
have to
African.
you
native.
Yeah,
have to
we get
wait
it.
a
We get
minute,
it. You're
KH.
African. We
It's her
understand,
it's
babe.
her
We
go.
understand. You're
Hold
That's how
on.
I
African.
know you are not
No,
indigenous.
this is how I know that
You're
you have no
African, sis. It's
decorum. You have no
okay.
decorum. You have to
You're
stay on
African
mute.
too.
You
I'm not.
see,
We're not
this
the
is
same, babe.
disrespectful. This is
Listen.
I'm gonna
Who's the
KH,
same?
Your Indian gets filtered
ma'am,
out
miss, if you
anyway.
cannot respect the
Over
panel
time, you're not
and allow her to
you're not
speak,
an original
you gotta
indigenous
go.
person.
You're an old chicken headed bitch. I keep trying. Like you are an old chicken headed bitch.
Boy, chicken,
Like get
what
to a
chicken
point.
head?
Like
You
she
can't
not
even shut the
teaching.
fuck up for 2 minutes.
Right.
She's
Go
triggered.
ahead. Like she's on a timer. I'm like, let her talk. We would have opened the panel and then she could have chimed in again. Go ahead and written. God damn.
Yeah, no, she's triggered. That's the thing. That's what, like, she only came off when I said she didn't do her research. She hasn't done her own genealogy. It's people who don't know who they are and have not done the research on to learn on who they are that they're criticizing other people who have. Right. So it's like if we're doing the work, like someone up here said, like we're doing the work and we're literally seeing where our family has origins, and we're able to trace back centuries. Like it's incredible doing your own genealogy, and so you no one can tell you who you are when you actually learn it for yourself. So for her to come up here, it's very evident she hasn't done that work, she hasn't gone down that journey, and therefore it's very triggering for her to learn something about other Black people that she hasn't learned about herself. So I get, like I said, everyone has been indoctrinated. So that's the default, right? But the unwillingness to do your own genealogy and actually learn and confirm it for yourself. If you do think you descend from Africans, you can be able to prove that, right? If you reach a bottleneck or you reach a stopping point, then you reach out to other people who's been doing that to get help in that, insisting that. But we all have that ability, right? We are a very well documented people, especially Black Americans. So it's at this point it's completely inexcusable, like for people to not take up that banner and actually do their own work, and stop criticizing and telling other people where they are. Like we all have different lineages that go back even prior to the 1700s. So whatever that is for you, you can claim that, but don't put that on other people.
KH, you saying you have more Native American. You are not indigenous. You don't know us. You are a stranger chicken head on the internet. You lack decorum. You're very tacky. You kept coming off of mute. I am the only person that can effectively interject because this is the Love Jones show. You have no tact and you have no class. And it is very evident because you're up here criticizing people and demanding things of people that owe you absolutely nothing. We don't have to prove shit to you. You can prove it. If you want to be able to get up here and put your money where your mouth is, then stand on that. Outside of that, who the fuck are you to tell people who they are? It's disrespectful. It is very disrespectful. You guys don't do this to anybody else. You don't tell Native Americans, prove it. Where's your paperwork? All they got is a fucking tribal card from the government. We're literally written into the Constitution. And we were here before the United States of America was established. So technically, we are native to America, if you want to get technical. But we respect it as an ethnic group that we do not want to be a part of. We are not running around here trying to get on those rundown ass reservations. Bitch, I'd rather be in the projects in Brooklyn than to go to Pine fucking Village, Pine Lake, or whatever the hell, Pine Ridge reservations. That shit look like a goddamn town. Anyways, let's get to the next two people on the panel. Darvid, can I have your ethnicity? I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Yeah, Black American, American Indian. What's up?
Okay, go for it.
All right. Yeah. As to address the problem. What's up, everybody? Why are foreigners always trying to tell Black Americans about their ancestry? Because they don't have ancestry. Their genealogy. Africans don't have an oral tradition that goes past 50 years. Native Americans, they ain't got no family tree. They can't even go past. They can't even go to the 1800s. YZ people that just got here, Ellis Islanders that just got here, they're trying to tether onto other European history. Are Black Americans native to the Americas? More than just that, they're indigenous, which the second question answers. Because American Indians were reclassified as Black, Negro, colored, mulatto, and such, and so on and so on, right? I descend from the Piscataway and the Powhatans. My cousin, Turkey Tayak, he resurrected the Piscataway in the 1900s in Maryland and things of that nature. I also have a bunch of other tribes and stuff as well. So, and then the people that love to bring up the DNA test is obsolete because, right? It's autosomal DNA is strongest between 1 to 5 generations. A generation is classified as 30 years max. So 5 times 30, right? 5 times 30 is 150. But a fifth generation is your third great grandparents. If all your third great grandparents were born in America, guess what? Your autosomal DNA goes back to America. Like these reference panels and stuff like that, these are estimates and guess and things of that nature. I was just reading some laws as well. Because you have People versus Hall. People versus Hall, it says that the indigenous people of America were not a Mongolian type, but
Hello.
they were Black. Yep, People versus Hall. There's a bunch of laws like the Thomasini Jordan Act. They said all non-reservation Indians were Negroes. They classified all non-reservation Indians as Negroes. There was a what's this slipping my mind? Golly, there's a lot of laws that say that we're indigenous and stuff like that. But the receipts are out there. There's plenty of tribes that talk about reclassify. The Piscataway, for one, they talk about that. I go to powwows and things like that. They always have these disingenuous questions like, "Oh, what language do you speak?" American English is our language. We added 80% of the English words to the English lexicon in 1950. Since 1950 and to present, so 64,000 out of 80,000 words have been added to the English lexicon by our people. So there's a lot to say about that. And then plus, Native Americans don't speak their language because they have like 170 languages spoken in present day today. And by 2050, there'll be only 20 languages spoken on reservations. And on top of that, projects are considered reservations because they're
That
both
part
under
too.
HUD. Both under HUD, which is owned by the BIA. I'll land there.
That was amazing. Now, if that lady could have stayed on mute, she could have been up here to have a dialogue with you. But she lacked decorum so bad, I couldn't take it. Can we have Natasha Brown? Can I have your ethnicity? And I'm gonna go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
I am older than dirt. I'm knocking on 70's door.
God, not older than dirt.
I am Black. With all due respect, I just want people to understand Black people is not a monolith. We're just not. And we come from so many different areas. So the argument, indigenous, not indigenous, we are a brilliant people. We come from greatness, and that's truth. That's why some came and got us. Now let's be clear. The brilliance of Black people. You don't think that before 1610 that we were unable? We're building ships. We're shipping seasons and herbs to other parts of the world. So there is a big possibility that we were here before the continental slave trade hit. there's definitely signs of that. So just be clear about that. We're not a monolith. We come from all over. We have all kinds of mixtures in us. We're right now, even after we were freed, my family is going through. We were freemen, and this was freemen that insulated themselves into different tribes in Oklahoma. And so they don't want to give us, the indigenous people don't want to give us um, uh, uh, some of the things that they're getting because they're indigenous. So so just understand we come from all parts. We in some situations are melting pots because of our situation, how some of us got here, and those of us that are or that are indigenous with us. But I think the conversation is now, I think, more so than uh, foreigners trying to tell us who we are. That we're in this struggle together. People of color is in this struggle, and we need to have the conversation about how we can do better. This fighting about who you are, or where you come from. Are we Africans? Are we indigenous? Are we this and that? I'm not sure how important that truly is. Thank you for my time.
Okay. You still in the comments popping and saying we need to be able to claim it. We don't need to do shit, but literally trace our genealogy and find out if our ancestors own land or not and go through the proper channels to reclaim it. Do you know how many of us have already been doing that? Do you know how many land allotments and acres of land has already been claimed by Black Americans that are not affiliated with any tribe? This is very ignorant out here. Can we get Jersey Worthy? Can I have your ethnicity? I'm gonna go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Hey, yep, Black American.
Do you have an immigrant background?
I do not.
Okay, go ahead.
Got it. Why are foreigners always trying to tell Black Americans about their ancestry? And then are Black Americans native to the Americas? Are they indigenous? So I'm not quite sure why anybody's trying to tell other people about their ancestry. I do find it to be pretty ridiculous. Because if people are making certain claims and they have things that could very much substantiate that, I don't know why anybody would attempt to tell them that they don't know what they're talking about. I think it's a waste of time. And as far as our Black Americans indigenous, I have no doubt whatsoever that there's Black people who are indigenous to this land. And I don't necessarily understand how people immediately trash the conversation without actually hearing what folks have to say. It's kind of weird to me, right? So, because the further back you go, right, in pretty much any place, right, you find definitive Blackness, right? This has been proven time and time again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so my thinking is, okay, so if you're looking all over the place and you're finding definitive Blackness, the further back you go, why then would the Americans be the exception? I think it's
I was
nonsensical.
saying that earlier. Hello.
Yeah, it makes no sense whatsoever. So listen, I don't claim to know anything definitively one way or another, but I do also, coupled with the documentation, coupled with the studies or whatever else that suggests, I also let common sense enter the chat. It makes no sense to suggest that all these other individuals were able to make their way to the Americas, but somehow, Black people could not. You're saying that the Norse came to the Americas 1,000 years before, Europeans touched down, okay, and touched down on Newfoundland, but somehow Black people could not. That makes no sense to me. So I think I would actually approach it from the other side of the equation and say that it actually might be the most anti-Black thing ever to suggest that Black people could not have been here. That might be the most anti-Black thing ever. I don't necessarily understand why people do that. I think it's at least worth a conversation and people hearing each other out. But I think it's stupid to just say no, couldn't be. What? Indigenous? No, I mean that's weird.
I agree. Did you have anything else before I went to the next person?
Oh, I didn't even realize I had more time. No, I might come back, but for right now I'm good.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Petty Tendergrass.
Hey, what's up, sis?
What's going on? How you doing?
Another day, man. Another day.
Okay, let me start your countdown. Go ahead.
Are Black Americans native to the Americas? Are they indigenous? Yeah, there's a lot of so-called Black Americans that's indigenous to the Americas. It's like I said, yeah. I mean, the proof is in the family surnames, tracing the genealogy. Also, they want to talk about there was no so-called Black people here. You can look up Henry Gilman in the 1800s when he was excavating the Detroit Mound. He found what he called Paleo Negro Indian skulls in the mounds. But, that's the same skulls as so-called Black people. But they claim that there was no Negroes here. I mean, it's so much to prove this. You have Dr. Roland Dixon. He studied bones that he found, Algonquian bones. He studied bones from Brazil that he found. And he came up with the concept that basically, the original people of the Americas, he said one was what we would consider a aboriginal Australoid, and then the other is a Negroid, what he considered a Negroid. He said these were the original people that was here on this land before everybody else. And he said that there was, in his studies, he said that there was a Asiatic Negro that crossed the Bering Strait over 30,000 years ago. And there's bones to prove it.
See?
So, the facts is out there. People just being, racist and disingenuous at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, there are a lot of Blacks that descend from indigenous tribes that's been here for thousands upon thousands of
Hold on,
years.
Petty. This lady, KH, she does not want to hear shit. Like, you keep saying prove it, and a couple of people came up here with reputable sources that you could fact check yourself, and now you sitting up here saying you don't know. I'm blocking you because you just willfully ignorant, and it's intentional. It's like confirmation bias. You don't want to hear shit. So somebody could literally pull out a book and read you something, and you're gonna still be like, no. Yeah, you have no proof that we are all African, like you said, to unwritten up here. When she said, so you're African, you said, you are too. Stop being disrespectful, telling people who they are. I'm gonna restart your time, Petty. And you're getting blocked. Scram, chicken head. And I got restricted. I don't know who flagging me, but y'all are stupid. I'm trying not to cuss people out. But anyways, like flagging and like y'all are corny. We're not saying anything that's harassing or bullying. It gets to a point. Ugh, let me give you 2 minutes. Go ahead.
So I don't have much more to say, but I'm gonna land. People, do your genealogy to shut down this myth that a lot of our families was not here. We got to stand on facts. People can have opinions all day, but as long as you got the facts, they can't say nothing. They can't stand up to the facts. People can have their personal feelings, but that's it. So I really stress that. Do your genealogy. Do the work for your family. So when we stand up as so-called Black indigenous people, we got them facts that nobody can dispute, that nobody can stand against. And I'll land there.
Okay. The black germ.
Yeah, so from
Hello.
the Hi Lady, I'm Black American. We met a few times. Are Black Americans indigenous to America? Yes. What I'll say is it's ridiculous how there are so many lies that go on where there are people showing their genealogy, something I would never put on screen because these people are too disrespectful. And you still oppose them even though you have that information available. And then you say, well, the white man gave you those papers. But then yet you still push a theory that was created by Charles Darwin, which I studied in college. And those are white people papers. And then you refute the fact that he called you apes and monkeys that evolved. So you take pieces and cherry pick what you want, just to, as you said, have confirmation bias. It's weird. And I'm so tired of seeing these, oh, let's unite, we should be together comments. But nowhere on earth can you go anywhere and tell disrespect someone's grandparents and think that you and them are going to sit at a table and eat. It's literal common sense. I don't need a degree to say anything. They're doing things as if we were supposed to be kicked and then smile about it. And it's a very weird behavior going on. You do not see us in Africa telling you you're not Nigerian or South African or whatever it is you want to claim. We are happy with y'all doing so. So we don't understand, why is it a big deal that we are claiming our heritage? But I know what it is. As long as we claim to be slaves and black, which means nothing, you all get to culturally appropriate our culture and steal from us. Because to you, then you don't have to respect where that culture comes from. So you want us to steadily claim labels that mean we are non-existent. And what's funny to me is that you all are creating lives about us, talking about us 24/7 on TikTok, Facebook, everywhere you go. But then you act like we are so unintelligent or just not that important. Meanwhile, you learning how to crip walk. Like the delusional character that exists in y'all exists in white people and Asians and Mexicans and all of y'all together, which makes me believe that y'all are more genetically connected than any of us. So why don't y'all claim y'all whiteness and y'all Asiatic this and all of that? We are a whole different ethnic group. We do not want to align with you. You all have bad tempers and just bad moral character at this point. I don't think we should ever trust them. That's
Okay.
it, sister.
All right, let me get to the next person. Who is Norflex? Can I have your ethnicity? And I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt. Thanks, CJ.
I am what you would call Indigenous American, Native American. I am the soil of this country before a name was given to it.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. In regards to the prompt, why are foreigners always trying to tell Black Americans about their ancestry? I'm going to talk about specifically Africans first, then I'll talk about the others. But if we talk about Africans, because they seem to be the loudest people shouting it from the mountaintop, that you guys are Africans, you are us. One of the reasons why they have to say that is so to give themselves some validity. They have not really contributed anything, even though they live in these 54 countries and they have done nothing with their resources. And we have done more with resources when we were under oppression in this country, when we were POWs, prisoners of war, when the pilgrims came to our land and began to enslave us. We have contributed so much. We have invented so many things. We are the most influential people in the world by all ethnic groups, including our oppressors as well. And I think for that, the moment that they can no longer attach themselves with us, they become irrelevant. They don't have any standing. They have no utility. They have no value. And I think they know the world will see them that way. I think it's more than just jealousy. In order to be someone, to be significant, in order for us to think of them significant, they have to somehow attach themselves to us. One of the things that I hate about them is they lack critical thinking skills. They will never question anything. If we tell them why you didn't do this over in Africa, the white people said that you had resources, you did nothing with them. Oh, the white T man is a liar. The white T man is a liar. That's the first thing they would tell us. But if we tell them the white T man have changed our indigenous roots in this country to make us appear to be something closer to Africa than our own land here. There was, oh, the white T man never lies. Why would he say this? This is history. So they'll pick and choose what they're willing to believe instead of just being critical. And one of the critical things that I hate about them is if you go back
Stop saying the HATE word, but go ahead.
I'm sorry. One of the things that I hate so much in terms of
Oh my God, you gonna go and say it right again? You got me fucked up.
Did I say it again?
Yes, literally.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Oh shit.
One of the things that I dislike I'm so sorry, host, about that again. One of the things I solely dislike is because when you look at history, history exists objectively. If it is true on one side of the spectrum, it's true on the other side. We have no grandparents. Even if you go back through all our genealogy records, none of them. There's no mention of them speaking any African language. Is none of them saying that, you know what, I miss my great grandparent in Africa. Even that young lady who was brought up to the stage who tried to say, well, I would never deny my African roots, but she can't. Even if she is being honest, which I think she is cosplaying as one of us, you will not find any of that. That's non-existent in terms of her great great grandparents. And the second, on the other side of that spectrum, that same history must exist and must have some continuity in Africa. There's none of these Africans can say, oh, you are my great great grandchild. My great great grandparents told us through oral tradition that he was taken and this happened. None of them have that history as well. So I'll land there, but I have so much to say, but my time is up.
Africans don't even have an oral tradition of their folks being taken.
Okay. There's no one else new on here, so we're gonna open the panel. No monologuing, no inflammatory language, no over talking each other. So the panel is open. If anyone wants to come up their mic and say anything.
Can I say something right fast?
Go ahead.
I'm gonna try not to monologue, but I had this person in my life once. I was so obsessed with the Egyptians within the context of African history, and they would always go on and say, you know, oh, they don't want anybody to know that the Egyptians were black because if the Egyptians were black, then that means that the Israelites were, huh?
You lost.
Wait, what happened?
He has a hot mic.
Is someone else who's that? Somebody's off my. Okay, go ahead.
But yeah, he like they would say like, you know, they don't want the world to know that the Egyptians are black because if the Egyptians are black, then that means the Israelites were black too. But looking back, I'm like, no, see, what they really don't want to know and admit is that we are the original people of the Americas. I feel like once that is truly accepted, something really big is going to transpire. I really feel like something about the universe or God is waiting for that to be settled. Because the world is already kind of like admitting and accepting that the Egyptians and the Israelites were black. Just wait and see once they really start. Man, I don't know what's going to happen specifically, but that's... Because imagine the entire world is denying us this. Like, what the... Like, it's 53 million of us facing the world. This world that keeps denying us this basic, most pivotal truth. Like, what are y'all hiding? What are y'all so afraid of, you know?
Yeah, one of the interesting things is this. If they can make us something other than who we are as Americans, then they can say, well, this land has no rights. They can say that the rights belong to us. That's one of the reasons why they have to attach this distant, far, foreign term on us. So they can detach us from this land. They can detach our ancestors' roots from this land so they can make claim to this land. And a lot of the immigrants who come in here, they also want to do the exact same thing. So it's important for them to do that. I understand the strategy. I see what they're doing. But it's for us to understand and see it and be steps ahead of the curve.
Also, I just wanted to say this really quickly. I keep hearing this topic come up. I think somebody might have brought it up earlier in the brother Darvin's room, or it could have been somebody else. There's been a few talks about this stuff today, but I keep hearing people lean very heavily on DNA, and it. I don't know. It's kind of weird, right? Because that is not something that you can put too much stock in, considering some of the complexities and gaps that exist within that process. So more specifically, when you're talking about DNA, right, you have a few different forms of the genetic testing, right? The most commercialized version would be like the autosomal testing, which has like the most efficacy within like usually 3 to 5 generations, give or take. All right. And then, and even then, there's a lot of issues that have come up when people have gotten tested, but that's where the most efficacy exists. Then people start to talk about like the mtDNA and the y-DNA testing, which is specific to one specific piece of your lineage, that being from your mother or your father, right? So there's specificity there. It's not like a broad picture of everything. And even then, you have to consider certain things like structural biases and exclusionary practices. And what I mean by that is there's a lot of people who simply are not part of the reference databases. Let's be very clear. I'm talking about Black people, though, right? As a matter of fact, it's about 78 to 86% of the entire, in terms of the databases, the entire layout is like Eurocentric, European DNA that you'll find in these databases. So it's like these kind of things don't enter the conversation when people keep talking DNA, my test, I got a test. Like most of that's European. Even in terms of the way they analyze the information, and they have pre-selected genetic data points, it's based on the studies they did on European DNA in terms of what they're looking for. So it's like people don't ever bring any of this up when they say, look at the test and what it says. There's quite literally people groups that you wouldn't even be able to connect to that you do connect to because they're not there. There's nothing to connect to. They're not a part of the database.
That part.
I must say, I'm blessed. You know, again, I'm quite a bit older than quite a few of you guys on this panel, and I was blessed to have a great grandmother that was born um, during slavery time. So, and she was a storyteller, the keeper of our stories. So I have a lot of genealogy background from family members, but I also did my own research. But I have a question for those of you who believe that you're indigenous to the Americas and the continental slave trade was not an issue for you guys. Where did they get? Because you know they had to come. We came here with knowledge. We as slaves, we came with the agricultural knowledge, mathematical knowledge. Even though we may not know the language, we built engines, carts, and there's so many things that we have contributed to this country. If you say that you're indigenous to this country, where did the slaves come from?
Wait, can I ask? Hold on. Did your grandma tell you that she was African? Did she tell you about a slave voyage?
My great grandmother,
Great grandma. Yeah, like did she tell you about a slave voyage or that?
yes, they're from Benin, and her parent told her the story of how they got there and what they had to endure. Many chose death over coming here.
Do you know which year her parents got here from Benin?
Yes,
Which year?
1819.
Okay. So that was like around the time when the what year did the Catilda land here, you guys? Because wasn't that like one of the only really actually recorded like slave ships that they show us pieces of? What 18 what? Let me Google it.
It was like
1819.
1850. It was like 1850 or something like
1850.
that.
Okay. So that kind of all right.
Mhm.
So when they came here from Benin, there were already Black people here, right?
Of course, they started the
Exactly. So
continental
maybe
slave trade in 1610,
so it's
1619, something like that.
possible that your ancestors actually are African and they may have mixed in with people that were already here,
Mm-hmm.
that were Black, that have been here. Because when you think about it, how is it possible that people from a whole completely other landmass, I'm not too sure what it's like in West Africa, but from what I've seen in pictures and videos and what I've heard, The terrain is completely different. They don't have as tropical as a climate as we do. They do not have as many waterways, as many lakes, seas, oceans. They don't have as many natural springs as we do here. So how is it that people from a completely different landmass would automatically get off a ship after being shackled for 3 to 4 months, ingesting seawater, laying next to feces, blood, unalive bodies, just get up and be able to walk around and tend to a landmass that they have absolutely no knowledge of? Somebody had to teach them, and I do not think it was
Somebody
even
had to
white
teach
people.
who?
Had to teach the people that actually started to build the industries of today, which we now know as farming or the cotton picking or the sugarcane harvesting or whatever it is that you want to call it. Logically speaking, it would make sense that it was us. Look at the conditions of the reservations. The Eurasian Native Americans, they actually have land and it's just completely barren. They've not been able to do anything with the land. For them to allegedly be the Aboriginal people of the Americas, they've not done anything to advance modern society. They've not done any of the accolades that you just gave us. You said, oh, you guys were, we were engineers, we were this, we were that. There's no way on God's green earth we would know so much about herbalism, even following the drinking gourd, and some of the stories that we did learn growing up. How would we know how to navigate through the forest to be able to escape slavery? And we didn't know where the hell we was going. We were just on a plantation our whole life. How were we following a northern star? Like, it seems that some of these traditions had to be passed down from people who walked these lands for hundreds, thousands of years.
You don't feel like
Yeah, that.
our brilliance,
Uh,
we were able to figure things out because they brought
No.
from the transatlantic trade slave. We came with the knowledge. That's
But
why
that's
they
the
came to
thing,
get us.
though. But
They were
Natasha,
starving.
but to
White
that,
people were starving here.
yeah, but to that point, though, we would also see that ingenuity on the continent. If
Exactly.
we literally came from there to, from your point, we would see that same ingenuity there, and we don't see it. They weren't able to
Right.
build their countries like we are able to build ours if we are the same people.
Have you been to
Speaking.
Africa?
Mm,
Yes,
mm.
There's a
I
lot of there are a lot of incredible high tech areas in Africa
they
as
have,
well.
they have, they
Now
have.
we are
They
social
don't have
people.
incredible high tech areas, and that is modern. They have been able to do that in the last development because of China. Okay, the Chinese came over there and helped them actually build. Down in South Africa, they had the white tea Afrikaners that helped them build and teach them farming. So they don't have this knowledge that you said that we have. They don't have that over there. So
right, and
that's where
that's
it's like it's just trying to connect the dots that even if, like I said, and this is all, and this is, I think we're kind of speaking from a logical perspective, right? Like the logic doesn't add up, right? Without all the sources even being involved, the logic just does not trace. We would not be able to understand this land so well to
Exactly.
be able to escape colonization. The underground railroad literally being paved by our ancestors. They knew the land, like you
And to
said, they were able to till
cultivate
the
it.
land, cultivated it, everything. No, who taught them? It had to be us. So with these people who did come here, once again, the Africans that were claimed to come here, I don't think we have enough records on them to say that they even survived. That journey is like it is it's a fantastical story. Like it's
Yes,
almost unbelievable
because it
by
is.
how much they endured. Like it's just like
Mhm.
the fact that they would be able to be here for 3 months, they would literally be with disease, E. coli, just to be the bare minimum. Like they would have so many diseases coming here just from that journey because of the sanitation. They would be completely malnourished. They would not have the same strength to be able to pop up and then get onto a plantation and work day and night. They would not have the ability to do that. Nor do we even know if they procreated. We don't even know if it was just men, if it was just women, if it was kids solely. We don't know if they even survived past 3 days if they landed here.
Some didn't.
So, but
Unwritten,
that's
let me
the
ask
but
you a question,
mhm,
please, real
sure.
quick. So the Africans that I'm sorry, the black people that was here originally, are you saying they weren't slaves, but
No,
they
they
taught
were
the
they. We have a
Wait,
history of
Written. Let
enslavement.
her finish asking the
Oh, sure.
question. Go ahead.
if 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 black people were here already
Hmm.
and since the beginning of time, apparently, right? Right?
What's your
Since the
question,
beginning.
ma'am? What's your question?
My question is how did the slave situation happen if we had all the textiles and the things, the know-how to do all the things that we know how to do, but we were still enslaved?
So, how did we become prisoners on our own land? Is that what
That
you're
part.
asking?
That part. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, through conquering,
Can I
literally
actually can I
Okay.
chime in?
colonization.
Because
Oh,
Go
hold
ahead,
on.
Dee.
Can I
oh, go
answer
ahead.
either? Yeah, I was about to say because the answer to the second question, Indians were already enslaving each other over here because there's a lot of colonizer Indian tribes, i.e.
Hmm.
the Iroquois and Algonquin, right? The Iroquois and
True.
Algonquin are known colonizing tribes. So Indians were already enslaving each other, quote unquote. Let's put it in that context, right? Europeans, all they did was capitalize because most YT people weren't even here, but that's beside the point. Going back to talking about the slave trade, right? The slave trade, David Altis and Henry Louis Gates, the founders of slavevoyages.org, right? They say 1%, 93,000, 1% of the Africans came to the United States. By 1865, there was a Negro population of 4 million. That would have been mathematically impossible for them to be create 93,000 to turn to 4 million by 1865, the emancipation of slavery. So majority of the Indians were enslaved, and a more majority of slaves in America were indigenous people, right? Because you read this book, Colonial Slavery in America, they both described, the Europeans both described Indians and Africans as savages, and they looked no different from each other.
I add to it. I mean, I'm of the I'm of the few that will say that I do believe that there are some Black Americans that are African descent. I do believe that exists. A lot of
Okay.
Black Americans have indigenous roots, but there are some I do believe that do have African descent.
Absolutely.
I know
And
that.
that's just based on the records that I've seen. You know,
Miss Natasha, can I ask you a
but
question?
Natasha. Oh, wait,
Yes,
Patty,
ma'am.
did you have something else? Okay. Someone wanted to ask you, how did you know? You said your great grandma was born in
19.
1819.
1819.
Okay. So someone wanted to ask, you said that she was from Benin. How did she know to tell you that she was from Benin when Benin wasn't established as Benin
Well, it's the
until
Congo.
August
They
1st,
were right.
1960?
Benin didn't get renamed until 1960 something.
Hmm.
But um, I'm sorry. What was the question?
Oh, they want to know how did your grandma that was born in 1819 tell you she was from Benin when Benin wasn't established until 1960?
Yeah, that's the genealogy of it. It's really the Congo. Um,
But why did you say Benin if that's not what she said?
because my genealogy report has Benin,
No,
Congo.
no. But you said what your grandmother
Yeah,
said,
you did
not
say
your
your grandmother
genealogy
told you that.
report.
Okay, I apologize for that.
You don't need to apologize. It's just
I know that Benin was not named until 1961. I do realize that. So my
right. But
bad.
why would you say that your grandmother said that and she didn't? And this is the problem, honestly, that we have. It's not just you,
Well, let me no, but
Natalia.
let me
No,
be
it's.
clear because again, I'm a little older,
I'm
so with
so
all due
sorry.
respect,
I don't think we can believe anything you're saying. Like
I
at
think
this
she took
point,
a
right?
DNA test
that's your
unwritten.
choice,
I think she
and
took a
that's
DNA
okay.
test.
Oh,
I don't believe everything
okay.
you say either, so
But
that's
I mean,
beside the
but you the
point.
one lying though, right?
But I
So
didn't. I didn't.
Miss Natasha, do you
But you
really?
did.
I feel
I
like
didn't.
I feel like it
But you
doesn't
I
matter
didn't
about.
Wait, the black
because
germ, we
again
can't
we
hear
talked
you.
about Benin too. My great grandmother died at 105 in 1968. So Benin was in effect then, ma'am. So I mean, I'm not going to go into detail about everything she said to
No,
us and
you don't
all the
have to,
stories
but
she has
you
No, that's
told.
not what
Told us.
anyone's asking. I'm
no
so
one asked you
sorry.
to go into
No one
detail.
said
The
that.
No,
only
but
thing is that
I'm just trying. But
wait,
she's
hold on
saying that
2
I'm lying.
seconds.
It's not a
No,
lie.
no, that's
Benin
like
was
me.
colonized in 1960, but
So
my
what was
grandmother
it?
died in 68. So
Natasha,
there's
I
millions and
can't.
millions and millions of stories
No,
that
Natasha,
she's told
Miss
us. So
Natasha,
it's
that would
okay.
mean that your grandma would not have told you that her family came from Benin if she was born in 1819.
Exactly.
And if she passed,
That's not
wait.
true. But
If
you
she
guys, I'm not
passed
going to
at
argue about
100,
what I know and
if
what I
she
told.
passed at 105 years old, then that means in the 1868 or whenever she passed, she was 90 something years old. There was no internet access. How would she have even known that Benin was established August 1st, 1960, unless you guys were
We
there
still have
telegrams?
family. We
Were there
still have
telegrams?
family there.
But who was telling her this information at 90 years old?
But
Were
she
there
wouldn't be alive
telegrams?
in 1965.
Who wouldn't be alive in
Your great
1965?
grandmother, if she was born in 1819, she'd be 150 years old.
No, she wouldn't be.
Let me do the
She was
math
That's
real
alive. So
quick.
your grandmother, born in 1819, was alive when the country Benin was
1960 minus
My,
established.
my
1819. That means she was what, 141. Oh my God.
no.
So
She was
she was alive in
121.
1965.
She was 146 if she was alive in
That's a
1965.
world record, Natasha.
Jesus Christ. Look,
That's what
We're
you're trying
talking
to
listen.
about
tell
my
us?
great
You trying to
grandmother, and
tell
then we're
us
talking about my
that your
grandmother.
great grandmother born in
Well, you said your great
1819.
grandmother initially. It's okay. Look,
It
we're just gonna
is.
leave it
It
there.
is.
It's okay. It's
It
okay.
was.
It's okay. We could just
It's
leave it
okay.
there.
You're right. It's okay. But I mean, I know my truth.
Okay.
And then
Yeah, no one
my
is trying to
grandmother
deny
also
that.
had. My mother also has stories
Not my
that
truth.
she's written and so I could, again, I'm blessed because my family does have a chronological um has a chronological of our journey here, and I'm blessed with that. And my grandkids
From
will have that,
Benin.
and
From
my great
Benin.
grandkids will have that.
Got it.
Well, if
Got
you
it.
have your documentation, as you saying, which I don't
I
really,
do,
well, I don't really believe that part because you guys,
and
I
that's
mean,
okay.
Africans don't even have birth records. So, and I'm not trying to be derogatory. They don't have
I'm
birth
not.
records there. So it's really hard for
There's
you to
American
connect the
black
dots.
people
Oh,
that
wait
don't
one
have
second, ma'am. I
birth
didn't cut
records.
you off. I
My
listened to
dad
everything
didn't
you
have. He was
said.
born.
One second.
My
Natasha,
dad
let
doesn't
her
have
get
it.
it
He was
out and
born
then
in
you can
1920,
respond
and he
after.
doesn't have a birth
One
certificate.
second, one second.
So
So let's say that you saying that your genealogy is truthful and factful. Okay. So what is it the
Mm.
problem with you respecting us when we say, well, this is what my genealogy says? I don't understand what is the
I
conflict.
never disrespected or said anything against your genealogy
You
ever.
Well, I
did to
mean,
Not
Unwritten.
me.
You said Unwritten didn't know where she was from.
yeah, you did. You were saying things
I didn't
like,
say I didn't know where
well,
she was
if
from.
You
I
did.
didn't say
I
that.
can't verbatim repeat how you said it, but
I didn't
you were
say that.
combative with her. Unwritten, what did
I didn't. I absolutely didn't say anything against what her beliefs is about where she's from.
you did, but it's okay. Maybe you don't remember. It's okay. Just it's
I
okay.
didn't, but okay.
and then you said it doesn't matter, but you know it does matter because
It
there are a
does.
lot of Black Americans that have malleable mindsets, meaning that they might take on your opinion even though you're not being honest, and that is a problem because a lot of them haven't did their genealogy, so they don't even know who they
I
are.
have, and I
And
have
then
nothing to
people
be
like you get
dishonest
on
about. I
here
don't know you.
and then you spew out these narratives that are not true. You lied about where your family was from,
Now
and
she
you dropped
running.
what you can hear, and that is a
Oh, she
problem.
ran.
That was weird to me.
Unwritten, did she not tell you something? How did she say it to you? She said something to
Honestly,
you.
I'm like, I don't even. I'm not.
I
I
can't,
can't
well,
remember.
I'll see it
I
on the
can't remember
replay.
either.
But she
Mm-hmm.
She
said
said, if
something to
you
you. She was
are,
combative with you and said, you don't know either, or
she said,
something.
if you are, then how do you explain such and such? And then they started to
Oh,
go back and forth about the slave trade.
Yeah, maybe so.
Oh, she
She was
said, I
being
don't believe you
condescending.
either. That's what she said. She said, I
Oh,
don't believe. She said, I don't believe you either. She
I didn't catch that one.
she
I didn't.
said it. She absolutely said it. Yes, she
Yeah, no,
did.
it's just like I don't understand the need to lie. Like, why you gotta lie, Craig? Like, what's up with that? Like, you literally, and you gonna lie on your dead grandmother. What is wrong with
And
you?
I don't
What
think
is
it's
wrong with
intentional. Like I
you?
try to give her some grace because she said she was old as dirt. So I
Lying
feel
on
kind
your
of bad, you
grandmother?
know. But
Mm.
when somebody said, "Wait, Benin wasn't established until 1960," I said, "Well, they didn't say the year. They said, well, how it's her great grandma told her that she was from Benin in 1819 when Benin wasn't Benin until they didn't say the year here, but I just Googled it and I said, oh shit, Benin wasn't Benin until after the Berlin Conference, like Nigeria and all them other goddamn places. So who told her that? I personally think she took a DNA test
Yes.
and she's a Pan African. That's what it gave to me.
Yep. Yeah. Because when she was like, oh, because as soon as she switched and she was about to tell the real thing, when she was like, oh yeah, my genealogy or my DNA, she said something. And it's like, no, you say your grandmother first, not this other source of information. But that's crazy to lie. And then to double down on it to say, well, actually, no, because Benin became a country in 1960. So that's what we were talking about Benin all the time. Like, she was
Like,
140.
yeah,
You was
I
talking
know,
about
I
Benin.
know it wasn't a country until 1960. So why did you say your great grandmother told you a story? What? You can't make this up. But I do was trying to be respectful of the elders, but a lot of them is why we're in the position now. And someone said she, in her own lifetime, had been renamed and reclassified at least 3 or 4 times. The lady that was up here, Natasha.
Mhm.
She herself had gone through a reclassification a couple times. So it's just really interesting to see how like generations, 1 or 2 generations above millennials, how they still hold on to those identities when it doesn't serve them. It never has, and I don't, it's very interesting. But let's get original individual.
Hey, sister, I just wanted to add this. I'm gonna drop, but
Okay.
the two people talking about the DNA thing. So there is a company that's building up American Indian reference panels that you can actually take a test with and find out if you have American Indian DNA.
Oh, okay.
The company is called DNA Consultants. I did it myself. I got good results back. So if you want to know a company where you can test American Indian DNA, they've tested, I think, over hundreds of tribes over here. Their reference panel is actually growing.
No,
They call
someone said, who
DNA
owns the company?
Consultants.
Do you know who owns the company?
I don't know who owned the company now.
Can
You
I ask
gotta
a
look into that.
I
That's what I
mean,
was gonna
before you
ask.
drop and go, Petty, I think we need to, because it doesn't matter how many
I have
sources
a
we
question
provide. I
too.
can go pull up some books or whatever and put them on the screen. It doesn't matter. At this point, it's time to use common sense. This government is not doing this to you because your skin is brown and your hair is curly and da 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 da. Like, we need to start just thinking logically. And I'm not taking no DNA test with those people because why would I ever accept information, statistics from a group of people who've told you they dislike you? That's not common sense. You don't need any more sources. Just like think in reality. You think they really oppress you because your skin is brown and your hair is curly. Like, let's be for real.
When you say that, I want to ask a clarifying question to Petty. When you said that there's a site and they're testing American Indian, are you saying American Indian as in us, as the indigenous people here in Americas, or are they testing the Siberians and Mongolians? Because you can't compare a new people with the old people here first. So how is that done? How is that test conducted?
I can't say specifically, but I do know they have tested hundreds of tribes that's here. They taken people's DNA samples. I think one of the ways that they took DNA was from some people under American Indians that was locked up or whatever. So they had so many ways that they've obtained different DNA. So that's all I'm saying is they are building, this company are building actual reference panels, and for me, I came back with significant results. But
But still,
I'm just throwing it out there for those who are interested. I'm not saying you got to do it.
No, I'm not
I'm just
saying
saying.
that.
I'm
I'm
just
saying
throwing
that
something out there.
I'm just saying that the method is flawed in itself if they are testing us as Native Americans here with Siberians and Mongolians who came much later. Like it's not like they're testing us with the Olmecs. They're not like they're testing us with Louisia that suspiciously got burnt down in 2018 after finding out that she looks like our aunt and our great grandmother. It's not that sort of testing. So it seems to me that the test within itself is flawed.
Not even that, and I'm gonna drop Miss Celeste because I gotta go.
You know that
But Petty, you
that's how
should be
you
careful
Wait, one
when
mic. Hold
if
that's
on.
you're
how.
giving up that DNA.
Okay.
You know that I forgot. Someone in the comments said it. I forgot. You know that when you give them your DNA, they use that to create different viruses and things like
Oh,
that
I
to
said that
attack the people.
earlier. I
I
said that
forgot about
earlier.
that.
Mm-hmm.
So we got to be
I
careful
was
when we're
just I
doing
was
that.
just No, I was just offering that because I know there's a lot of talk about the DNA, but when it comes to the American Indian conversation and DNA, most
Have you done
companies
your
don't have the
genealogy?
reference panels.
Have you done your
Yeah, I've done my
genealogy?
genealogy.
My
Yeah.
family went back so far to 1744. So I mean, just I trust your family and they paperwork over what everybody
Well,
else
no,
say
no,
because
no.
I don't know
I
them
trust.
people.
I trust my genealogy, but no, I was just offering that. That's for anybody that's interested. That's all that was. It's not. I'm not
I
making
wouldn't
it no deep
advocate for
thing.
my people to be giving up their genetics so these people could be in the lab cooking up another, situation. And that's exactly what they do because they've been doing it. This ain't nothing new.
I wouldn't advocate it for either, and I would not suggest that we engage with that until we are told the methodology behind how are you doing the test, with whom, and who do you consider as what group with what group? Because I think within itself, I still haven't heard from Petty that maybe you can answer this question directly. What do you define when you say American India? Who are you, American Indian? Who are you talking about when you say that?
I'm saying that they've taken DNA samples
I
from
understand that. I'm
hundreds
saying, but
of
who's
different
American?
tribes.
Who's American?
That's classified under the American Indian thing.
I get that, but I
Different
was
types of
asking
people.
to you, what is American
But
Indian?
basically, how do I say this? I can't say that I can't say every single type of person that they've taken DNA from. I mean, we don't know what them people look like. We don't know any of that.
But what
But
is American Indian
yeah,
Hi
according to you?
guys, from Syria need help for it my family.
Oh my God.
My goodness gracious. So, but I'm asking for the sake of understanding, because you saying if people want to do that, they should do that. So, but I want to understand from you, what is an American Indian? Can you define it?
to me, what is an American? Is somebody whose ancestors tie into specific nations that was here before colonization.
Uh, And you would say that those are the Siberians and Mongolians. Is that what you're referring to?
No.
Okay.
Okay, let's get to original individual. Original individual, are you there?
Hey, what's going on? How you doing?
Hey, what's up? Let me give you. Go ahead. You got 3 minutes.
All right. Why are foreigners always trying to tell Black Americans about their ancestry? I think it's a projection of them not knowing their actual ancestry and lacking actual documentation of where their ancestors come from, or actually having a long history other than their oral history, because many of these people lack written history or documented history like the Black American. I think it's very well a demonic obsession with Black Americans' ancestry, history, heritage, culture, etc., etc. I think that Black Americans are a very distinct ethnic group, and the world knows this, not only just people within America. I think there are people that know us on a global scale. So, with different people that are foreign to the United States of America or the Americas as a whole, they tend to try to project these insecurities on Black Americans to have them believe the same narrative that we're just long lost slaves from Africa or long lost prisoners of wars, whatever you want to call them, just some long lost Africans. But when people do their genealogy and begin to research outside of the United States curriculum of school systems, they find that most of the things we learned in school were lies. So you can begin to understand the real indigenous and aboriginal people of these lands, the copper colored indigenous. Also, I think that when people ask, do Black Americans or are Black Americans native to America and are they indigenous, they only do it from the eyes of anti-blackness and colorism, because they don't have a problem with any pale race indigenous people. They don't have a problem with Mexicans who've always been Mexican that are now claiming indigeneity. They don't have a problem with any of the white chiefs or the
Oh,
chiefs of
that
these
part.
five civilized tribes. They don't have a problem with anyone claiming indigeneity until it comes to someone that has melanin in their skin that you would call black in America. So I point out the
Fact.
hypocrisy, and I think y'all should kind of look at it too. Because when I chill out and I spend my time on these panels, I look for different little pieces of hypocrisy, and they get displayed day in and day out. There are people that have been Mexican since they've been Mexican since they've been Mexican. But in the past 4 to 5 years, all of these people are claiming indigeneity. They're Navajo. They're this, they're that. But when it comes to Black Americans can only be long lost Africans. And I find that very
That part.
hypocritical and not based in actual reality or historical accuracy. So I just want to, point that out because I noticed that a lot. But peace, love.
Okay, that was great. Can we have Ray? Hello, Ray.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Yeah,
Let me go ahead and give you 3 minutes. Go ahead.
yeah. I'm not gonna be long, but I kind of actually agree with the original individual. You know what I'm saying? Because like for years we have been humiliated, criticized, judged by every race and ethnic group claiming that we don't know where we're from. You know, by the freaking Hispanics and the goddamn Africans. You know, the freaking Nigerians, the scamming Nigerians and the scamming Somalians, saying that we don't know where we're from. But I was on a panel with Shavu, and I was arguing with this one chick. She has a Michael Jackson profile pic, like the Afro profile pic, and I was telling her that Michael Jackson has indigenous roots. Like his father, on his father's side, is Choctaw Indian, okay, Blackfoot Indian, Choctaw and Blackfoot Indian on his father's side, and on his mother's side, right, has Cherokee Indian. You know what I'm saying? But they don't want to hear all that. They want us to be long lost Africans. But if you look up Walter Plecker, who actually redefined and also rebranded us as Negro. We were originally the original Indians. When Christopher Columbus
Can you hear that feedback?
contacted us. Huh? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I just hear feedback, and I'm like, is it me? Let me.
Oh. So anyway, yeah, it's like Walter Plecker basically renamed us into like Negro, but we were actually like the original people here. And these Siberian Husky Native Americans, they can take their ass back to where they came from. Like let's be clear, they're not the original Native Americans. Some of them have like Russian ancestral roots, or some came straight from the Bering Bridge. But these Siberian Husky, George Lopez, and the face ass punks, they can go wherever the hell they're from. Okay, because we are the original people here. Okay, and to all you Caribbeans, okay, the Haitian and Jamaican, I'm gonna need y'all to stay out of Black American business, okay? Because they be 1 foot in and 1 foot out when it comes to our when it comes to Black American politics and social issues and shit like that. But they've been talking out the side of their neck, very proudly, very disrespectfully, about our business. Okay, so all you Jamaican and Haitian, first of all, your food sucks. Okay, I had some Jamaican food. It's booty. Okay, it's overrated as fuck. Okay, listen, Love Jones, I feel sorry for you, living in freaking New York, being surrounded by a bunch of Jamaican establishments. Their food sucks booty. Okay, I'm talking about booty holes.
Well,
They
some
they
Jamaican food is good. I ain't even gonna lie.
no.
Go ahead.
I tried it. It is booty hole, bro. I'd rather eat Chick-fil-A or McDonald's for the rest of my goddamn life. I'm sorry. I'd rather get cancer from freaking McDonald's for the rest of my
Oh,
goddamn
don't
life.
say that. Don't
Sorry.
ever speak that over yourself. But go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, my time was up. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we can open up. Let me see if anybody else is trying to come up here.
I would like to pose a question whenever.
Go ahead. Why is it doing that when I'm off mic? Talk again, Nor. Let me see.
I say I would like to pose a question whenever I get time. Is it
Okay.
message?
No, I'm trying to see if that's me with that like weird echo sound. I don't know. Let me just mute again. And go ahead. You can pose your question.
Okay, I often hear from Africans whenever they want to make us like them or to make us African, they would use this argument that you guys look just like us. Phenotypically, you have the same head, you have the same nose, you have the same complexion. But if you go to India, you find people much darker than Black Americans, including Africans. They wouldn't make that comparison. And also, they don't make that same comparison when it comes to Europeans. And this is what I fail to understand. Like you take someone out of Syria, someone out of Lebanon, someone out of even North Africa, Morocco and Egypt and many other places, they have the same hair like you have in Europe. They have the same nose, they have the same lips, the same cheekbones, but they will make a distinction between them as separate groups. But when it comes to specifically us, they would say, well, since you have the same complexion, since we have a similar nose, you have to be Africa. And I don't see how that logically follows. If someone can help me understand that, I would love to understand that better.
I think it has to do with economic value. You know what I'm saying? Because the GDP of Black America is like what, 3 trillion, like between 2.7, like I think it's like between 1.7 to 2 trillion. Like we make up like a lot of like without Black Americans, the economic would take a huge dip. You know what I'm saying? So the reason why you have these you have these Ghanaians come over here, like the Ghanaian
They don't make an economical argument. They make a phenotype argument. They would say, well, we look alike. So you are my brother. You look just like us. You look like my cousin. You look like my uncle. But they wouldn't make the same argument with someone from France and someone from Syria or Lebanon.
Yeah, but the reason why I brought up like the economic part is because they come from economically deprived countries, with less resources. So they going to say, "Hey, you look like you look like my cousin. So like we should work together. We should build together. Fight the forces of the white tea supremacy and stuff like that. Blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? So because they use that phenotypical argument in order to create solidarity with us. And so because they need financial resources in order to help build up they crappy country. You know what I'm saying? So that's why they always go to that.
Papua New Guinea. Papua New Guinea look like us. If anyone want to make an argument, if you look at Papua New Guinea, I'm just saying, if you look at the people of Papua New Guinea, even people somewhere in Polynesia, and you look at Samoan people, you'll find great similarities between us and them phenotypically speaking, in terms of hair texture, in terms of facial hair, in terms of bone structure, nose structure, lip structure. But that argument is not made in regards to them. Why?
Thank you, CJ. Everybody up in here, double tap the screen. Double tap the screen, okay? Let me update the gift goal so that you guys can add to it. Thank you, everybody who has been sharing the lives. Thank you for interacting in the chat. I love, love, love that you guys participate. Make sure you send your heart me's if you have not already. The gift goal has been updated. Let's get this. This should be over 50,000 by now. What is going on? How long we been up? We've been up here over 2 hours. We should have over 50,000 likes, you guys. Thank you, Keisha. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Righteous. Thank you, guys. Oh, excuse me. Yes, make sure you guys are tapping, double tap. And follow me if you are not already following me, and follow anybody on the panel if you've enjoyed their contributions to tonight's conversation. You guys can continue talking if there's anything else that you wanted to add in.
Yeah. Sorry, Jersey.
Oh yeah, no, I was just gonna I'm on the move right now, but I was gonna say I agree with what Flex just said, right? I mean, when you look at all these groups, right? That are linked to very much an ancient people, right? When you talk about, I think Flex mentioned the people of Papua New Guinea, whether you're talking about the Australian Aboriginals, when you're talking about the Andamanese people, I believe, of India, right? Khoisan people, right, of South Africa. Like, let's be very clear. Like, once again, right, you no matter which way you going, you're gonna trip and fall over something black. Like, it's just what it is. You can't get away from it. And so, like I said, it's just mind-boggling to think that people are A-OK with this, right? And that it seems to be common knowledge or commonplace in most conversations. But somehow, once again, when it comes to blackness and the association with the Americas, it's like, well, wait a minute now, that's a shade too far, right? I just once again, I don't claim to know anything definitively. It doesn't make sense to me though. There has to be a reason why that is the one area that's like off limits, right? You might as well start calling that the ice wall in the realm of conversations, right? You can't go past that point because it's like all hell breaks loose and people start losing their minds when you try to connect any form of blackness to the Americas. Oh, it couldn't be. It's impossible. Well, how could it have been? And the document said this and that. But they willingly accept black people being everywhere else. I don't get it. I don't understand it. And I can't make that make sense for the life of me. That's,
I agree. Even with, like I
I
mentioned, the most ancient evidence, if anyone asks, we can bring up Louisiana. We can bring up the Olmec statue, who phenotypically look like us. So it's not far-fetched. If you couple that with our oral tradition, if you couple that with our genealogy, if you couple that with all the other evidence, why isn't that believable? Even though it's right in their faces, and this is the most ancient evidence. Even the Siberians and Mongolians, who often is referred to as the real Native Americans, they even say these things were here prior to us being here. They try to say it was from the Aztecs. They try to say it's from other groups. So they even acknowledge that on a surface level. But like, it gets to me, like, why can't people accept what's right in front of them, the objective evidence, the objective proof? And it makes no sense.
It's because it doesn't fit their narrative. They need for us to be displaced for some reason. And it has a lot to do with who we are. Something spiritual. It has something to do with the land. This is the land of milk and honey. Like, there's a lot of evidence that also points to the fact that this is, think about it. If the pale-faced people went and literally colonized and pillaged the entire globe, why did they decide to settle in the United States of America? Why was it the United States of America that became one of the biggest superpowers globally as far as countries go? What is it about this country? Like, they keep pointing us everywhere else because they don't want us to know that we own a lot of this land. Our ancestors owned a lot of this land. And we don't even have to go all the way back to slavery. In the late 1800s, early 1900s, we had millions of acres in farmland. It's like what they're doing and how they're revolting, what they did, should I say, because now the South Africans are going against other Africans, child. They crunk over there. But the way they were treating the Afrikaners, like storming their land, literally burning down their farms, like they was sticking it to them because they knew without a shadow of a doubt that their ancestors owned that farmland. If we knew without the shadow of a doubt, what do you think we would do?
Exactly. And when they try to say, I just don't like when people say, well, what would be, like, they try to make it sound so convincing. They say, well, what would be the motivation? Like, why would they lie? First of all, I'm like, okay, by you asking that question means you haven't picked up not a nail book ever at any point in time to ask why they be lying. If you know anything about what has happened historically, that goes without saying, right? And in terms of the motivation, right, it quite literally would rewrite history, right? So the motivation to hide, right, anything, right, at all, would be so that everything that was said isn't undone within an instant. To your point, Love Jones, that's exactly what it is it would rewrite everything.
And I can't think of her name. I think her name was Beautiful Journey that was up here. She said something that I literally have been saying forever. What they did in Egypt to ancient Egypt is exactly what they did to the United States of America. The Americas, period, but particularly the USA. There's ancient artifacts here, but we have no access to them. There's literal vaults with artifacts, skeletons, mummies. They're not going to show us that shit. Could you imagine? We can't even go into the Grand Canyon without a tour guide. I've been there. You cannot walk in there. You can't go in there. There's places in the United States of America that's literally walled off, sealed off, shut down, that no one from the general population can have access to. You have to ask yourself why. And with the ancient Egypt, I'm not saying we're Egyptians. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying how they did it over there. And from what I've read, learned, and what I observe, mirrors what happened over here. It was just way more effective over here because we are here still. Over in Egypt, they literally went into them goddamn, the artifacts, the relics. They went up in there and lightened it. Talking about, oh, they're preserving the art. No, they literally erased the melanin from a lot of the hieroglyphs, a lot of the pictographs. Like, they went in there, they started showing us, they did the propaganda with the television, showing us Cleopatra as Elizabeth motherfucking Taylor. Like, they did the same exact thing. They colonized and co-opted and whitewashed Egypt. And now when you go over there, you see the Berber looking people, the Arab looking people, and they're saying they're the original Egyptians when it's literally in Africa. Why wouldn't Egyptians be super dark skinned? And then people are like, oh, they just make up all types of shit to make that true.
And
But they did the same thing here. Like, and then look at the people that's over there. That's why they dress the way they do. They're covered from head to toe, of course, religious purposes, but it's because they cannot withstand the sun. Over here, the Eurasians that's on the reservations, they are literally, the only shit, I looked up what they contributed to modern society, and what I came up with was sunscreen. They invented sunscreen. How is it that those people are the same people that occupied Florida, that was in Georgia, the Carolinas? It used to be hot as shit. I've been to Georgia every single year of my life. It just now started becoming a little chilly in the winter. We would be there at summers, hot. Christmas, barefoot with no jacket. Like, you know, they playing around with the weather. Y'all already know. But it was always a hotter climate down south where we were. And I think they did the same thing. They just erased and whitewashed, but we didn't die out the way they expected. They've been doing everything under the sun, pumping all types of chemicals in the water, not realizing that what they're trying to do to us directly affects them because genetically we're, I don't want to say it, but y'all picking up what I'm putting down. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, genetically, y'all are spraying the sun. It's affecting them more than it's affecting us. Because we got that super juice. Like, it just is what it is.
And can I add something that I also been thinking about, and other people may have something on this, but why, or not why, have y'all thought about how Thanksgiving food is literally our cuisine?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like the first food that apparently they were given. Why is our cultural cuisine Thanksgiving food?
Hello. And who's inviting people to come and sit at their tables? We do that.
It's just, isn't it? I mean, is that not odd though? Like, why is
I always thought about
soul
that.
food is Thanksgiving?
Hello. And you know what they'll say? Oh, no, that's the cornbread comes from the Eurasia, the reservation. We're just going to call them the reservationists, the reservation people. Oh, cornbread came from us. Oh, collard greens came from us. Bitch, y'all boil cornbread and put some brown gravy shit on it. We don't eat boiled. Ew. The way they cook is nothing like what we eat. And the fact that they're constantly trying to take credit for corn and things that grow out of the goddamn earth is diabolical. Ciao.
It makes no sense because I also look at it, and I've been thinking of contemplating on this a lot. If you look at our position here in our own land, there's just great effort to keep us at the bottom. And the people who are supposed to be the most intelligent people, the most influential, most powerful people, they seem to hate us for no reason.
Please stop saying HATE so hard. I know that's your favorite word. I get it, but go.
They seem to dislike us a lot. There seemed to be this disdain for us as a group of people. And if you're at the top, why would you hate a group of people who you
There you
believe
go
at the
again.
bottom?
God
I mean,
damn
come
Come
it.
on.
on
Let me
now.
go
Y'all
on mute.
take a
Come
shot of some green
on.
juice every time because we gonna get healthy out this bitch.
Yeah,
Go
let me
ahead.
go. Oh man, I'm so sorry.
Flex.
It's like, but then it's like now you emphasizing it, like you doing
And
it
he say
like
it's so
it's
hard
real
too, like
strong
from the
too.
pit,
Like, why
from
is
the
you saying it
diaphragm.
stronger? Like, knowing you can't say it.
I'm gonna
Every
go on
other
mute.
word
I'm gonna
is
go on mute because I got a bad habit. But I'm gonna say this really quickly. The disdain and the vitriol for us, if we're at the bottom of their shoe as they believe we are, you wouldn't put so much effort in hating us. You would, I mean, let me shut up.
oh my god, bruh. It's like
Flex said, I don't put myself in timeout there.
Yeah.
At this point, Flex, funny
That is
as that.
hilarious.
not even 5 words later. Like
Yo,
it
that
really
is
is his
funny.
favorite word.
It
Oh my god.
is. That is hilarious. Oh
He
my goodness.
And I put you
he been
more than
dropping gems
sentences
though. He
just to be
passionate.
He
He
able
been
no,
to
dropping
say
gems.
absolutely he
it.
has. I want to hear what he gotta say. That is funny as hell. He loved that word. I said, could you not say that? He said it again in 2 seconds. I said,
Yeah,
damn.
it's one of my favorite words in my vocabulary, and I
Really.
need to try it. I need to, stop it. But the disdain and the
Dislike.
vitriol
Yes,
that you
yes.
have for us, if you have such vitriol for us, and you believe we are at the bottom of your shoe, in every way, in every opportunity, you take that opportunity to speak down on us, to strip us from our economical growth, our social growth. You try to take us out of from our political power, which you did in Tulsa, Oklahoma, which you did in terms of Black Wall Street. It makes you scratch your head and say, why do you have this disdain for us? Where do it come from? If you're
Mm-hmm.
the most superpower and powerful people.
Hey Flex. Hey Flex. They in the audience dying laughing because Love Jones got you jumping over your words. You trying to figure out how to navigate that thing?
He did a good job. He
Man,
really did a good job.
Gotta put out some
Okay.
synonyms.
Let's
Okay.
get Roy. Roy, you there? Roy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Ooh, for the sake of the panel, well, I'll just Roy is from Somalia. Let me give you 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Why are foreigners always trying to tell Black Americans about their ancestry? Um, as far as I know, no one in the Somali community really is trying to tell Black Americans anything. To be honest, we have been told, by again American media that Black people came to America through the slave trade. And that's what all immigrants, everybody in America have been told through the education system, mass media, etc. If that's not the case, and Black Americans want to claim another type of ancestry, it's not really. Immigrants don't really care about that. Like it is what it is.
Lies.
Maybe immigrants in another country are talking about, or people in another country are
No,
talking about
people
it.
in America, they've literally come on the panel tonight. There was a couple that were on up here. I don't know. And then the last time I went live, they were literally up here saying you're African. Like I don't know why you always get up here and lie, but go ahead.
Like in general, so we are in our own lane, like Somalis, any immigrants. We're trying to, create a foundation for us, our generations after, our money up, get our families situated. So it's not our concern to go to, African American, Black Americans and be like, hey, you're African or you're Aboriginal. Like, do you understand how much like out of our way immigrants have to go
You are
to
lying,
make that?
Roy. I
Brother,
have
you
proof of you guys doing that. Literally right now, I have a video on my YT channel, the tube of immigrants in my comments telling me I'm African. I
And these
have clips on here with immigrants saying that we're African. Why are you sitting up here lying?
And you do understand a lot of people that are saying that to you are just like trolls. Like they're probably either kids or they're from
No,
Africa
no.
themselves. They're from
There's
Africa. They're
people
from like,
literally with their full face on camera saying that we are denying our African ancestry. We are African. We don't want to be African. We have self HATE. Like, please stop.
But here's the thing: even if you guys had African ancestry, you have been in America so long that it's completely normal for Black Americans to be Americans. Like like if like for example, I'm in USA, right? And 3 generations down, even though I have Somali background, like my grandkids are not gonna be like, oh, like we're Somali. So I don't understand why that's a big issue. Right now, I in my perspective, in my day-to-day interactions with immigrants, we're kind of in our own lane, kind of building up, trying to do what we need to do instead of like I feel like this is a trivial thing for anyone to be concerned about someone else's lineage, way back. Like that's just not gonna help you. Like even if you say you're African, what's that gonna do to the Somali people here? Like how is that gonna benefit us?
Roy, the Somalis literally set up a march down in Selma, Alabama to goddamn sing slavery and Jim Crow hymns and saying we shall overcome. And they said before it was them and then, and now it's us and now. The Somalis are literally co-opting the civil rights movement. The Somalis are literally on TV saying that they want to get reparations for what happened to them during the ice cream truck race. Somalis are literally co-opting Black American history to say, oh, people are being racist and they're discriminating and they're trying to cite bills and laws that were meant for us to work in their favor so they could continue to be corrupt and scam the government. So please don't get up here and say, what do people gain? They gain a lot. They gain political power. They gain access to infrastructure. They gain access to resources. They get funding allocated to them by colonizing and co-opting the Black American experience and pretending like they're being discriminated against or we shall overcome. It's fuckery. So do not get up here and act like even your ethnic group is not participating in this because it is happening. We have the proof. I don't have to make this up. Scroll down in through my content and you'll see it with your own eyes.
But
Can
you
I
know
also
why
add
it's
to
happening? It's because
Roy?
of
Now.
yes,
Wait,
yes, Norflex, yes.
wait, hold up. Who?
I'm saying it's happening.
Go ahead, and then Unwritten, you could go after that. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I want to say something. Even if you have great grandchildren here in America, you will still be ethnically Somali. Because they have a point of origin. Their great grandparents will be from Somalia. So you're saying this is something trivial, but it's really not. For us as Black Americans, we don't have that. Our If you keep going back, you're still going to find America, 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 America. That is the fundamental difference between who you are as an ethnic Somali, even if you're a third or fourth generation Somali or not, in comparison to us.
Facts. Now
Yeah, and I
go
have
ahead,
a
Unwritten. Oh, go ahead.
yeah. Roy, you said there's media that you were consuming or that the Somalians were consuming that said Black Americans are part of the slave trade. What media was that? What did y'all watch?
Did you ever not watch like a video on
I'm asking
slavery?
you. Well, no. What's the video that you watched that you saw
I
that?
don't have the name of the title, but when we were in civics class in my university, the
No,
civics
you said
course.
Africans. You said Africans,
Yeah,
not here.
civics class,
In
university.
Somalia, civics class in
No, no,
Somalia.
no, in US, the
No, no, no. We're
civics.
referring to. You said Africa.
You did.
What?
You said the
Yeah.
Africans are seeing this media that they saw that
Oh,
we're
you
part of
mean
the
in
slave trade.
Somalia?
That's what
Yeah,
you said. You
like the
said Somalia.
movies, the
So what media
movies.
did y'all consume
Like,
that
do you
you
not see
saw
the
Black
movies
Americans?
about slavery where, like, hello,
What
like
media did you
every
consume? I'm
like
asking
12,
you.
12 years a slave? Have you not watched that movie?
Oh my
Hello.
God.
Oh Lord.
12 years a slave?
That first of all, that is a modern movie that came out in the 2010s. I know you fucking
Literally.
lying. I know you fucking
But,
lying,
but
Roy.
that's old enough for like. What do you mean?
You
Is that
better
not old
get
enough
your
to watch?
funky ass. You know what? You always got me fucked up. Like sometimes I'll be like, okay, and then other times you got me. You what? Why? That's like you getting up here referencing Lizzo or some fucking body that's out putting out an album right now. What are you talking about?
You're
No,
referencing
like that movie
fictional.
God
has.
You're referencing fictional movies?
Yeah,
I
but like that.
can.
Do you not think people learn from the movies? Like, do you think people
Wait, so
just
you
go
mean
like?
it? So you believe like so you see aliens and predators and you like, yeah. That's the
Is
thing.
12 Years a Slave based completely on fiction
Oh
though?
It's
It's
my
not.
literally a
God.
fictional movie.
So are Somali
It's
people
historical.
pirates? Are Somali people pirates? Because we
Some
just
are, some
recently
are. I'm
seen
not
a
gonna lie.
movie.
There are some, like there's a sect of Somalis that are just pirates. They're like wanderers of the sea.
And they just take over people's ships. That's so. That's what Somali people do, right? Because we seen it in a movie, so we
There
should
are
look at
some. I'm,
Somali
I'm
people
not
the
gonna
same,
come here and
right?
lie. There are actually some that do that. There are.
Some, but according to the movie and according to what they say, and a lot of politicians would say, they would say that this is just how Somali people are. Should we
Right.
look at that as something fictional, or should we just accept that as fact?
That's up to you. Like that's really up to you. I don't.
Also, now it's up to us. It's not an objective reality.
Oh, see?
Because here's the thing. Here's the thing. Can I just address one thing Love Jones said about the marching in Minnesota?
Well,
No,
what I
y'all
understand is,
y'all
what
took
I
Brother,
the
really
wrong
you
understand is
answers
the
to
media.
Alabama.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I
that's
really
because
understand it's
of
media
the
too, because wasn't
BLM.
12 years and Roy, correct me if I'm wrong though, because you've seen this movie. 12 Years a Slave, was that about the slave trade or was that about a man who
Who was
was enslaved in
free?
the
But
US?
it was about
And he was
slavery.
free. No,
It
I'm
was
glad
about
you brought that up
slavery.
too. Because 12 Years a Slave, that was actually a freedman that was captured.
Mm-hmm. In New
So
York, right?
so
Yeah.
if
Yeah,
you
but
if you
it's
wanna if you wanna go by that, then then logically speaking, every black American person was not always a slave. Some literally were captured, some literally were duped, some were kidnapped, some were POW. So thank you for pointing that out. But y'all just love to harp on the African shit. He did. I don't even think no slave ships came in that movie. I gotta
Yeah, that's
watch
what I'm
that
like.
over.
I'm literally looking at it. It's like it didn't say anything about Africa. It didn't say anything about the slave trade.
And we
no,
have
So
to
but the
talk about the
pretense was it's
directors
from
of that movie.
slavery.
The directors of that
Slavery.
you,
movie
when
were
I
white
specifically
people.
asked you about the media that you consumed that said Black Americans came from a slave trade, you
Uh-huh.
referenced a movie that doesn't mention anything about a trade.
But it does. It's the whole
It was
like
a
the
black
whole
American
premise.
man that was kidnapped and captured. He was a free man.
But he was freed from his slave owner.
No,
No,
he was never born into slavery, was he? I can't remember, but I know he was free.
like the truth is
It
yes.
says
Like
the kidnapping of free Black Americans and putting them into slavery.
You're right.
Exactly. Thank you.
You're
That is
right.
what it says. So you watch a movie about Black Americans who were kidnapped and
Thank
put into
you.
slavery, and you
yeah,
said that
because
is how you learned about the slave trade.
uh-oh.
Thank you.
yeah, because that's the implication is that
So
like
the implication is that black Americans were free and they were getting kidnapped. Oh, okay. We're on to something.
So this is what I'm saying. Like they always parrot this talking point of, oh, the media is telling all this. I'm like, what media? I don't ever even with these slave movies that we've seen. I've never seen a boat. I've never seen a movie where you see us coming over on a boat,
You
landing in some colonies, and populate. I've never seen a movie about
so
that.
unwritten.
You
You don't
hear
believe in the
roofs.
transatlantic slave trade happened? Like you don't believe that thing ever
No,
happened?
I believe that happened, but I'm not seeing the connection from Black Americans. That's
no.
the disconnect. And that's why I'm like, what media is telling you
So
that
so
we're a
what
part of
happened to all
that?
What
those
evidence
slaves?
do you have suggest that it
But that's
happened?
the
Because
thing, Rule. It's like if that happened on your land, it happened. That's in Africa. That's y'all
no, but
history, right? You should know about it. But we're
I'm
Yeah,
talking
pointing
about
to
in
the.
Americas. There's no media that you've ever consumed that
And they
ever
don't have
showed
no
you.
oral traditions of their
But
people being captured and brought over here
that
either. I
too,
don't never hear
exactly.
y'all say that.
That's
No,
true.
So
but
it's
so
but
you
very
guys
Never.
don't
strange that
believe
you all
the
parrot this
slave
talking.
trade
My whole
happened?
point is you all parrot this talking point that y'all believe these things from media when there is no media that says that.
So
but
do you
Roy,
think people in
what
Africa
evidence do
just
you
believe out
have?
of thin air
But
that
No,
Roy,
we
the
believe that you're making this up.
but
That's what it
Roy,
is, Roy.
so the
I got
whole
one question,
the
Roy.
whole world made up the slave trade?
Yeah,
Like how
yes,
is
but
that
Roy,
You're not
possible?
pointing to the
provide us
media
evidence.
though, Roy.
What
What's the
evidence do you
media?
have? What evidence do you have, Roy, to suggest that it actually happened other than movies?
Or would it involve Black Americans
I
again
wasn't born that
specifically?
I wasn't born at the time, but so how would I know? But I just know
So you don't have any evidence. Thank you.
the BLM movement. They were talking about how what's his name? John, the president that freed made slavery illegal
Who the
in
hell
the
is
USA.
John?
I forget his name. What's the
Like
some
what?
president of the
Hey,
USA.
yo, Love Jones funny. I ain't
Somebody.
gonna hold you.
What president of the
Somebody.
USA was named John?
In I
John
don't
F.
know, but
Kennedy? John F.
I
Kennedy?
Because I was
Oh
in
my
one of
She
the
god.
said, "Who
BLM
is
protests, and
John?"
they were
Like,
talking about honoring this man who made slavery illegal and
But once
freeing like the
again, what does
black.
it got to do with the trade?
Well, how could slavery
John
happen if there was
Lincoln.
no trade?
Slavery was happening on different lands prior to a trade, right?
Happening on every continent, every
Literally.
single continent.
Like,
Hello.
do you think like you? It's almost like y'all don't understand that slavery can exist without a trade. That's what y'all seem to think. Like, oh, it has to be a trade in order for slave. No, different people all across the world had their own forms of slavery on their lands prior to a slave trade.
And
Roy,
it's still happening in Africa right
it's
now.
literally in Ghana right now.
And
It's
we
not
can
So
happening in
also
y'all
Africa right
think
now.
so
I
this
don't
Yes,
know
the
it
what
thing
you're
is
talking
in
is.
about.
slavery,
Ghana.
the trade is not synonymous with the enslavement on that land. So you're trying to connect this to a trade. We understand the enslavement on this land, sure, but trying to connect this across the world, that's the part that's missing here. And you don't have any media that tells you that because you sit up here lied talk about 12 years a slave when it was literally not even about a man who was born into slavery. Had nothing to do with a slave trade.
But you know what objective evidence we do? We still have the movement called the Kafala, where Africans are selling their own people
Uh
to
oh.
Arabs and
Hello.
other groups of people as today. They call them the Khadama, servants, which what it means. They even have an application that's out as we speak called For Sale, where you can buy an African the same way
Yeah.
you can buy a
On an
bicycle or
app.
on an app.
Lord.
Exactly. That
I saw
exists.
that and I was like, my heart was broken. It was literally young, super kids. And in Nigeria, they sell their children too, and they call them house boys and house girls. In Ghana, they're selling kids for 80 USD. Like, this is happening in
Oh,
2026.
But
Now, we
it's
got a couple new people on
and
the
y'all
panel,
be
so
so
we
worried
going
about what's going on over here?
that part. We
it's
gonna
not
open the
happening
panel
like
back
you
up.
guys are making it out. Like it's
Hold
not
on,
like
Roy. Hold that thought. We're gonna open the panel back up. Let's let well, Natasha came back because she said she wanted to clear something up. We're gonna let her go, and then after Natasha, we're gonna let Rara go, and then we're gonna let Fadi go. Okay, Natasha, we're gonna unmute your mic. Go ahead. Let me give you 2 minutes since you were already up here.
I just wanted to clear a couple of things up. I am old. I'm over 70, and I mixed up some dates. I had a phone call, and then I just read up on um, some of the dates that I messed up on. My great great grandmother did come in 1819. She died in 1924.
Okay.
My grandmother was born in 1919. Her father was born in 1922. But so my dates got a little mixed up, but it was circa Benin is a country. It didn't turn into the Congo until 1960. So again, I did some reading, and again, I'm just recovering from a stroke. So my memory is not what it used to be, but I did go and read a little bit after a phone call because I didn't appreciate being called a liar, and I don't appreciate uh, my family's legacy and history uh, uh, being treated as I was treated. So I just wanted to clear up a few things there,
Okay. So it says
and that's it.
Benin.
And
Oh,
I'm not
Benin.
gonna I'm not
No,
gonna argue
no, we're not arguing. I just,
or
the Benin and Congo are entirely separate countries. So I don't understand how Congo turned into Benin.
again, go do your research because I'm
I
not
just
I'm
gonna
did
looking it
argue
up.
with you
I looked it up
guys.
right now. I'm looking at the
Go.
AI overview. It
same
says
love.
no, Benin and Congo are entirely separate countries located in different regions of Africa. Benin is a country in West Africa bordered by Togo, Nigeria,
Mhm.
Burkina Faso, and Niger.
Exactly.
The Congo refers to two distinct neighboring countries in Central Africa, Republic of
But they
Congo.
renamed they remained
They're in
they
two
renamed
different
the
places.
Congo in 1960, not
They, no,
Benin.
no,
No,
Those
no.
are actual
no,
locations,
no.
ma'am.
Okay,
Perhaps you have
okay.
faulty information.
No,
Those are
it says
two.
right here the country now known as Benin was called Dahomey from
That's true.
independence in 1960 until 1975.
That's true.
That then it became the Republic of Benin. It was never called Congo.
Yeah, they're in two different regions. One is
They're
in
literally in two
West
different.
Africa, and
Yeah.
the other one is in Central Africa.
Say that again.
One is in
Benin was originally called Dahomey,
Dicoma.
Dahomey, right? From 1960.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was
True.
renamed in 1975 to the Republic of Benin. There's no reference to, there's no Congo at all regarding Benin.
In our genealogy report, there is.
But Benin is wrong.
Yeah, that's not.
I mean, this a lot of it's wrong,
It's
but
okay. You can
could be
accept.
wrong.
You've been
We give
duped.
misinformation all the time, but I'm
But I
just
don't know.
trying to
But what's
compare what the
sorry? But what's
story
a but
that
You can
Natasha?
look at
What's
a
a
map and see that Benin and Congo
yeah
are two different countries.
yeah? They're like apart. They're literally not even like
And they
close.
exist
But
right now at the same time together. Like one didn't replace the other.
right, because Benin and
didn't
Congo
say
are
that
still
it
two
did.
separate countries.
Okay, you
But
just
Natasha, what is this genealogy report? I don't. I mean, that's a what's a genealogy report? What's a report?
What do you mean?
What is a genealogy report?
It's a DNA test. It has to be.
Are you just referring to DNA like
It's a yeah.
Ancestry.com?
It is a combination of my family history, a DNA report.
Did you?
Um,
So the
Go ahead.
DNA. I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah, they did. They did. We did the swab. We did African ancestry
Yeah, I knew it was a DNA
program. Me
test.
and my family, and we also did the swab. We also
so.
and then they
Can I
gave
ask
us
you
a
a question?
report from our lineage and our DNA and where it derived from.
Okay,
Okay,
And
so
this
so
that's
is what
called
it
a.
came back as.
Thank
how
you,
do you
thank you. That's
account
called an
for?
ancestry DNA test.
Yeah, that's not genealogy.
That's not genealogy.
No.
If
Okay.
even if you do a DNA
Please.
test, how do you account
Mhm.
for people
No.
moving, shifting from one place to another? Even 200 years ago, even 300 years ago, 500 years ago, how can you, in such with such precision, how can you pinpoint to one particular location as if though people didn't marry outside into other different groups, other different tribes? How do you account for that? How are you so specific? Even
I know that we did. My family did. So I know that that's the case.
so,
I
if
didn't
that's the
say
case,
anything
then
was
how is it
precise.
accurate?
I'm just
How,
talking about our journey in backtracking our history
no, but
because
it can't be
we have
accurate.
a lot of written stories in my family. We
Yeah,
have
but if that's
literally written
happened, ma'am,
stories that
then
go back as far as go back to 1820, 1822. So we
okay,
have some
these
stories
countries, the names
that
of
we
these
carry
countries.
on into the next
Yeah, but let
generations.
me say this: the name of these countries are fairly new. So
Yes.
how can you account for the changes and people shifting from one place to another place with different location? How do you account for the admixture of different groups and different tribes? How are you so certain that it's from this specific
I'm
people?
not certain, sir.
Particular people? But
I'm
you
not
mentioned
certain of anything.
Benin. You're saying Benin
What?
going back 500 years ago. How are you certain of that?
Pardon me?
How are you certain of Benin being accurate when you're not accounting for people shifting from one location to another location and grandparents and the admixture of them sharing the same genetics with other different tribes? How do you account for that? How can you reach a level of precision if that happens?
There's no level, sir. There is no level of precision. Heck, in the Bible, Syria, Egypt, and Africa, Syria, Egypt, Israel are not in the same places. So I know nothing for certain. Just like
So,
you, things are theories, and I
why
have
use
been to
that
Egypt.
information if
I've
it's not certain?
seen caves and
I asked you.
phonetics and different things. I've traveled around the world and saw artifacts and museums and stuff, just like everybody else. Nothing,
Well,
nothing is precise. No, nothing is for sure. Like you guys, I read.
Natasha, I want to ask
Hmm.
you just one last question, and then because you came up
Yes,
here
ma'am.
and you said, "Oh, people are saying I'm lying," but now you're saying you don't know anything for sure. So I don't think anyone was outright just trying to call you a liar. We were just trying to understand what you were saying, and you literally came on here and said, "My great grandmother told me that she was from
And
Benin."
she
So,
did.
but now
And
you're
she
saying
did.
that you saw that on a DNA ancestry test,
No,
and
but
then you said your
you
great grandma passed away in
I have a great great
1924.
grandmother. I have a great grandmother, and
So
then I have a grandmother.
your
And
great
our
grandmother,
stories were passed down,
they were
and
passed.
things change. And again, excuse me, with all due respect, I am just recovering from a stroke, so a lot of things is not clicking on all cylinders as far as my memory is concerned.
Mhm.
But and so that's why I wanted to. So I went to to some of my stuff and read through some stuff just to get a clear idea of who died when, where, and all that.
No, I think
So
that's. I don't think anyone's questioning on that what you were saying, like in terms of like how the birth range that made sense that your great grandmother was born in 1818 and she probably died like you said around 1920s, which makes sense. But I guess to Love's point, did she tell you anything? Do you recall what
She
she
said,
actually told you?
unwritten, Natasha, Miss
again,
Natasha. If your
again,
hold on,
yes, I
if your
remember
great
some.
grandmother, wait
I'm
a minute,
sorry.
if your great grandmother was born in 1924, were you born in? When, I don't think you met her, so maybe your
No,
grandmother told you something,
yeah,
and not your
I'll
great
wait. So
grandmother. So I don't
I
yeah,
think
didn't
that
know
you
and
that.
even
I'm
knew
waiting for
her.
somebody to finish because
that's why I
I
went
didn't.
back and cleared some things
So
up. Yes, ma'am.
I didn't want
Well,
to jump
yeah,
on her.
she'll be
I
over
wanted to
100.
ask too when she said the 1819. I'm assuming you mean your great great grandmother.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right, love. So you never, yeah, you wouldn't have met her because she would have
Yeah.
passed
Yeah,
when you were
no.
born. Okay.
But
So
we still
we
have stories. I don't know about you guys as families, but we have stories that have went down from generation to generation,
oh no,
and
absolutely.
and so and I apologize if I misled. My intention was not to lie, was just to kind of to, to have people to understand we're not a monolith and we're from all over and our stories
That's true.
vary,
Absolutely.
from different parts of the
But based on
country.
those that
And
on that
that was only my point.
yeah,
So
based on
I
that
thank you for
tradition that
allowing me to come up.
no
I'm going
straight
back
straight
Yeah.
straight
in the
Hold on,
comments.
Nora. I think Fadi wanted to say something. She's been waiting
okay.
for a long time. Fadi?
It's okay. Y'all had answered her the question I was going to ask already.
Okay.
I mean, y'all asked her whatever.
Yeah, I want to know based on her research, based on her studies and what she have, that was brought down in her genealogy and the records that she have, what language did your great grandmother speak? And what records do you have in terms of that?
Primarily French.
French?
Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting. And
Hmm.
was that also passed down in that Benin tribe that you are related to?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Was that passed down in that Benin tribe that you was related to? That was the language that they spoke at that time, French? Wouldn't she come from Europe?
No,
She spoke French.
no,
But now
but
French also,
Now I remember.
French
I did
has
have
some,
one more question. Where was your
mhm,
grandmother landed at in 1819? Where did she land at?
Barbados
Did
initially.
okay. When did they come to America?
oh my goodness.
Her handler, master, whatever you want to call, came to the Americas in, I want to say, again, you guys, I am just recovering, but I want
No,
to
no, no.
say
I
around
meant to the
18,
United States. I meant the United
I'm
States.
saying around, she was 6 or 7 when she came to America. So I want to say, um,
1826.
yeah, right, maybe 20 years before emancipation,
Oh wow.
10 or 15 years before
No,
emancipation, she
I
came
meant
here.
what state?
She came
What
to
state did
America.
she go to?
She came
What
to
state?
Barbados in 1819. They
So
landed in
when
Barbados in 1819.
no, I understand that. When did your great grandmother or great great grandmother or grandmother come to the United States?
Yeah, yeah.
Which one?
Her slave owner or whatever came to Americas, and I want to say 18. And again, I need to
To the
just go back
United
and
States,
read
not
and come back
Barbados.
to
Hold
this
up.
panel on another day. But uh
Miss
huh.
Natasha, not to the Americas, but to the United States specifically. Did they come to United States?
Yeah, they came to the United States.
Which
They
state?
came to Georgia.
But
Uh,
but the French
and
colonized Benin in 1863,
I have
and
the
you
name
said
of
your
the
family came
plantation,
in.
but right now it's not coming to my brain.
But 1 minute, Natasha, you said that your family came to the Americas in the 1820s, but the French colonized Benin in 1863. So why would they be speaking French?
I'm just telling you, know what's in my book. There's another
But yes, but they
because
colonized
because
Benin in
because there's
1863,
always
and they came in 1920. So why would they
I
be
can't
speaking
I
French?
can't I can't say the name, but quarter is right above Ghana. I can't. Again, I'm just recovering, so my mind is not on full tilt. But
It's
that's what's
colonized in
in. That's that's
1894.
that's 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 what's in some of our the stories and some of the writings we have. Is it's a lot of it is in French.
Mm. Did they live in
1894. It wasn't Nor. It wasn't 1894. I don't know where
Well,
you're
well,
getting.
their presence in Benin was in 1863. Perhaps they colonized in 1894, but if her family came in 1820, as she said earlier, then they wouldn't be speaking French.
1819, I said actually.
1819, they wouldn't be speaking French. They would be speaking more of a native tongue. So that doesn't really make sense.
what region did they come to in the United States?
She said Georgia.
Also,
They came to
Georgia.
Georgia from Barbados.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, the French. I could see if it was like, okay,
Again,
okay.
I wasn't there.
Yeah,
You
it's
weren't
okay.
there. I'm not sure.
We're just gonna move
I'm just going
on.
from the information I have of my family's history.
Okay,
No,
Miss
no. Thank you
Natasha.
for
I
clearing
want
that
you
up
to
because we don't take it
recover,
being
have a
wrong.
speedy recovery.
Thank
We're
you.
gonna just move forward because
Thank you. You all have a blessed evening.
you too.
You
Okay, good
too.
night. All
You
right.
too.
You too.
Fish. No, fish, man. I'm telling you, and not the good kind either.
Child, I ain't got time to be the elderly. I feel kind of bad. If she was younger, then we probably would have tore into her more. But I've tried to give her some grace. She says she stroked out. I don't know what's going on. Why would you even come on a panel if you don't have shit? But I think she just did a DNA test, and that's what she's going by. I don't think that anybody told her they were from Benin while they were living. My great grandmother was born in 1919. She passed away, I believe, in 2013. Like, I knew her very well. And she absolutely, like, as a child, she was able to recollect her whole goddamn life story. She told it to me word for word, bar for bar. So, I don't, child, I don't know. I don't know.
That's
You-
weird.
Yo, you funny as hell.
But she's Caribbean, so they
Yeah.
may they may be from Africa. You
Hey,
know.
hey, Fadi.
Fadi, are you there? Okay.
Yeah. Earlier, you know you were correct, right, with what you said, right, when you was talking on Hunan's panel in reference to Christopher Columbus.
This morning.
Yeah, I just yeah, I'm just letting you know you was right because dude was like, no, it was Hispaniola. Like, no, it wasn't. That was later on. It was initially San Salvador. Yeah, it was initially San Salvador, which
Because
Bahamas.
I knew it was somewhere, I just couldn't remember it where it
Yeah.
was. That's why I was like, maybe it was the Bahamas. But I remember reading that he had more than once that Christopher Columbus stopped somewhere else before he ever stepped foot in Haiti, Hispaniola.
Bahamas. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought it was the Bahamas, but they was all no, and I'm like, I could have sworn I read it because they said I
Exactly.
forgot what they called it a different name, and they said the locals or the natives called it Guaharani. Am I saying that right?
I
I
think so.
gotta
I
go look
noticed
at the
it.
source.
Yeah. It is some other name, but yeah.
Yeah, he said for sure stopped, in that area first, like, but
Mm-hmm.
like I told them, I I'm trying to get away from trying to get people to see the light. It's like, hey, if you believe what you want to believe what you want to believe. If we're giving you sources and we're telling you, hey, look here, start digging into this, start looking into this, and you don't want to do it, then at that point it's like, hey, I'm not about to keep fighting a losing battle. They don't want to look into all the lies in history. That's their choice.
Right.
So let me ask you guys a question. Why do we have a fraction of a ship, which is the Catilda, which is the only evidence supposedly
Uh-oh.
that brought black people here to the Americas, but we have no other, we have roots. We know that these supremacists like to keep records of things that they have done, places they have conquered. And how come we have zero evidence to suggest the transatlantic slave trade happened as they foretold that it happened? How can we have zero evidence for that? We have no tangible, no physical evidence whatsoever. I'm even willing to give someone $500 if they can present such evidence. And no one have won that $500 yet. So why do you think we have that in so many Pan-Africanists, which are agents of black people's growth? Why do they keep echoing that same narrative without any supporting evidence?
They lied. None of it's true. None of it's true. It's a lie.
Yeah.
Jones, what's the problem
And
with
also,
Somali singing
hold
Lisa
on,
Over
wait.
Column?
Can I answer this
Yeah,
question real
go
fast?
go ahead, and
I'm
then Roy,
starting
you can
to
go.
realize too, it's not just the history that the lies in history that they can't let go of or even investigate. It's the whole fact of um I think they would rather blame racism, which racism is a part of it, but blame racism on why our people have not gotten reparations for the African slave trade, instead of really opening their eyes and paying attention and seeing you're not getting reparations because you're claiming something that you can't prove. This was all set up by design. They
Wow.
made sure they made a scapegoat for themselves to not have to be held, at least they thought they wouldn't have to be held accountable for what they did. And people are like, they just can't fathom it. Why would they do that? Why would they lie? Why would they hide their identity? They do it now. These people are not good people.
But you can find ship records of slaves being sold to other states, to
No,
other.
they have slave records. They have ship records. They
But they
have the
but they
records.
have no
The
ship
reason
records
why it's
of
so
African
vague the
slaves.
way it is because of the fact that people don't realize the records they have of the slave trade with all them ships and all that. It's for the Americas. They don't really have anything to prove that all them boats or most or even half or a quarter of the boats came from Africa. Most of them boats set sail and landed somewhere in the Americas and never even went close to Africa.
But they have surviving ships, Viking ships that's older than supposedly African slave ships bringing to America. We have Viking ships that we can look at and say, okay, these Vikings went here and there, but we have zero evidence for slave ships coming
Well,
from
mind
Africa.
you, this when people say something about the slave ships and they be like, "Oh, it's because the wood is so done for and rotten and all the other stuff because of how much time went by." If you look it up, there's
Why
a
did
ship
Viking ships
that
come?
was found in Germany that's from like the 1300s, and a good bit of the ship was still intact, and it was sitting in the water
Thank you.
all that time.
So,
All that time.
so
It's
you
in a
would think that they
museum. You can look it up and look at it online. You ain't even gotta go to the museum. They have it on display online. It's not a replica. It's the actual boat from the 1300s in Germany.
Not one intact slave ship.
Yeah, listen, folks done did a deep
thank you.
dive on the differences between these ships, and did a comparison in terms of the wood, the overall structure, what's used, preservation material, and all types of stuff. And it's like there's no reason why there wouldn't be a ship to be found somewhere. Just based upon what I've seen, it doesn't make too much sense at all, because like you could find every single thing else, you know what I'm saying, to do with that time period, but you can't find a ship any goddamn. I mean, and it's like it's nasty work because it's like anywhere. It's not like we're saying a certain region. It's not like we're saying no. It's
Nowhere,
like
nowhere.
anywhere. That's nonsensical to think. Like Flex was saying, when you have Viking ships that predate that time period by thousands of years, and they have like 90+% of that particular ship in museums all over, and it's just like, what are we talking about? Like, if you show me 30% of a ship, I'm gonna be
Thank
honest
you.
with you.
You know what the Pan
30%. You ain't
Africanists
even
would
got
say?
it. Yeah.
Jersey, the
It's
Pan
because they're
Africanists would
wooden
say that these
ships.
slave ships was repurposed. This is what the Pan Africanists would say. They were repurposed to military ships and to some maritime ships. This is what they would say. But you would say, okay, show us that. They
No,
can't even show us that.
they were either repurposed or they chipped away because they were wood.
Roy, you fighting for your life, Roy. Hold on, Roy. Now wait a minute now, Roy. See, here's the problem. There's a lot of people trying to provide a counter argument, with the repurposing considered, right? My thing is, all right, there's a couple different ways that goes. So repurposed for raw material usage, okay, fine. Repurposed, for whatever it is, but you do understand that some of these ships didn't even make it though, right? Like a lot of these ships didn't even make it though. And so my point is, where's the remnants of these particular vessels? You know what I'm saying? Where are the ones that straight up sunk? You know what I'm saying? Like not every single one was used for raw materials, and not every single one was repurposed for other missions. And in the realm of the ones that were repurposed for other missions or for naval usage, where are those at? Right. So like that don't really, like, no, absolutely not. And I just, like I said, I just find this conversation interesting. It is what it is either way, but I just, How
And it's
come
also
Roy be
weird.
getting phone calls every time? He'll say something real quick, and then he'll get like a phone call when the response comes. There you go, Roy. What's up, Roy? God damn.
All I said was that the ships were wooden, so either they chipped away or they were sunk because they didn't want any evidence. And scientists believe they're in the undiscovered at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean.
That makes no sense because the same white supremacists have kept Viking ships that predates those ships, and they were also made out of wood. So what is your point? If those were made out of wood, why wouldn't you have that? And these are the same people who like to push into our faces movies like Roots. They like to push into our faces a lot of different movies of people brought here supposedly from Africa. So why wouldn't they keep records of that if they willing to keep records of all the other things that supports their narrative? That makes no sense.
Here's my thing though. People always keep saying about how they didn't really document well the slave trade. They didn't document it well, but yet why would they keep saying they took insurance out on their slaves? That means they had to document the slaves they put insurance on. Right, you gonna
Exactly.
collect your money.
And Pusha down there getting busy.
Thank
Hold on,
you.
real quick. Pusha down there getting busy. And I don't know who Pusha is, but Pusha down there getting busy in them comments. Hey, Pusha, what you mean? Maybe Roy he's employed. You do understand? First of all, it's Saturday. Welcome, right? Welcome. Oh well, Sunday now, early morning where I'm at. Welcome. So employment would have.
After midnight on the East Coast, what is he talking
I
about?
was gonna say,
What?
yeah, employed. Like, who's gonna be at work right now? What kind of job you got, Pusha? So yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by that's weird activity. You know what I'm saying? What? Pusha said something about Facebook. When Nora was speaking before, Pusha said something about Facebook articles and peer reviewed it. Pusha, why don't you come get this work,
Wait,
Pusha? You down in the
Jersey,
comments, come get this work, Pusha.
you do know like Viking ships and slave ships were not used the same way. So maybe that's why they are able to preserve some of the Viking ships, but the ships used in the slave trade were used very roughly, so they probably weren't able to preserve it.
What
That
do you mean
makes
very
no sense. But
roughly?
they were both made out of wood, right?
Yeah, but they like
But what?
the slave trade. They made more trips,
What do you
so it
mean
was
use roughly? What the hell?
That
yeah,
makes no
like
sense.
Do you even know when Europe started making slave ships? Because at first they wasn't making slave ships. They were just making regular ships. So when did they even start making slave ships to get all these slaves?
during the transatlantic slave trade. Yeah.
When y'all, it's always, that's the thing. When we talk about history, we always talk about it in this generalized timeline. We need to be specific. Slavery did not start everywhere in the Americas at the same time during the transatlantic slave trade.
Thank you. Great point.
And they were able to preserve some ships back in the 1500s in Portsmouth and Stockholm. The Mary Rose and the Vasa vessel, 1628. So they can preserve these ships, clearly.
They don't want to
Yeah.
pull them up because they know it's BS. They know it's BS, and also if they was to pull up the ship and you really see the ship, you gonna be looking at them sideways.
Cause ain't no
I,
way
mind you,
hundreds of people was shackled together on them goddamn wooden boats.
Yeah, I
yeah,
ain't
and
gonna cap.
mind you,
Possibility.
They be lying about a lot of stuff.
And if they can show the
Europe,
evidence, they can make a quick $500 from me.
Oh, it would be
Europe,
they be
Britain,
getting more
France,
than that.
and the
Hold on,
Netherlands.
guys. Let Original go. Go ahead. I forgot he was up here. He ain't said
It's
shit.
all good. I be chilling.
Go ahead.
There was a European shipbuilding timber crisis. So Britain, France, and the Netherlands, once they expanded their empires
I
and
love
their
you have to mute.
navies, they had intensive logging and severely depleted domestic forests. So they didn't even have the amount of lumber it took to build ships back in that day.
Mm.
Hmm.
I think it was all a lie and a hoax and a scheme that Todd set up. I really believe that there was like an intercontinental slave trade and chattel slavery, absolutely. Because I tried to go on, what was it, slavevoyages.org, and I swear I was typing in like trying to find voyages from here to Africa, and I couldn't really find any. Like everything,
barely any.
yeah, everything I saw was going from here to the Caribbean and back, coast to coast in the United States of America. I seen some from South America. I didn't see anything from Africa.
And that's also why I be side-eyeing the Caribbeans when they be like, oh, we're Africa, you're not indigenous. And I be looking at them like, y'all for sure are bots. Y'all are NPCs. Y'all are not real. Because they were taking people from, specifically from the south of the United States. They were taking indigenous tribes to the Caribbeans during the 1800s, because I keep telling people when they banned the so-called African slave trade, they were still importing and exporting indigenous people the whole time, and they were taking them from the United States to the Caribbeans.
Yep.
But the Caribbeans keep saying we're not indigenous. How it's not just Tainos. How are y'all not indigenous? I need to understand this. Like, that's history.
So do you believe that we're the same as the Caribbeans?
I prefer to say they're like our cousins, because I do know they have certain mixtures that not even do we have, they have certain mixtures that we don't have, but well, no, I'll say that they have certain mixtures that we don't have. Like, they, in my eyes, are a collective of the Americas, because they had the South Americans brought there, the Central Americans, and the North Americans, plus people from outside of the continent of the Americas.
Big facts. Don't forget them East Indians too.
Yeah, so I say they're our cousins, if anything, but yes, they are indigenous as well. It's just I'm having to try to filter out the Africans who were like 1900s recent migrants, and their descendants is the ones online, and talking about, oh, we're not indigenous, we're African. But then the ones who are generational to the Caribbeans, the real Caribbeans, then they're like, nah, I don't know what they're talking about, we're indigenous. So I feel like when they say we're not indigenous, I'm like, okay, you must be a real African from the continent of Africa in recent century, because it's no way. You have to have some indigeneity from somewhere in the Americas, whether you claim South America, whether you claim the indigenous people of the islands, the Central Americans. Mind you, there were indigenous people from other parts of the Americas on the islands. Nobody talks about the Mayans being, was they in Haiti? like deep in Haiti. I gotta look at my source for that one. But they wasn't just in Mexico. Everybody think, oh, they was only in Central America. They wasn't just in Central America, but I don't know. I really be side-eyeing the Caribbeans that say they're not indigenous because, like I said, how the entire time they were taking indigenous people to the Caribbeans.
Okay. We have a new person on the panel, Biani. Biani. Hello? Hi, you sound kind of low.
Hello?
Yeah, do you have headphones in?
Yeah.
You sound low. We can't, it's hard to hear you.
Is this better?
Oh my God, a million quadrillion times. Can we have your
Okay.
ethnicity and then I'm gonna go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Okay, so I'm Belizean American, I guess you could say.
Okay.
But I really wanted to comment on the previous speaker when she was talking about Central Americans because I've actually been working on my family tree and my genealogy. And like I've been getting far back, like into the mid 1800s, and like my family has been in Central America like the whole time. So like I really understand like what y'all are saying, like when you're talking about being like indigenous from the Americas, because I'm like, yeah, like we've been here. Like I'm not from North America, but like I understand what y'all are saying, is what I'm trying to say.
Someone asked if you were on a ship because of the wind.
No, it's a fan.
Oh. Thanks, CJ. Oh, go ahead. Did you was
So
that
can
all you
y'all?
wanted to say? You still have 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. I
Oh,
just
okay.
wanted to give like a different insight.
Okay. I-20 said it's giving tornado. All right.
I wanted to ask her a quick question. So, you said you're Belizean. What is you guys' oral history that was passed down to y'all from your ancestors, from like your grandparents, great grandparents? You know.
So for us, we were told that we were brought to Central America from North America and from Jamaica. That was what we were told. To be laborers in Belize. Like the type of slavery, I guess you could say, that we did here was like woodwork. Like we didn't really work on plantations and stuff. Like it was more so like cutting wood and stuff like that. So yeah, like that's what we were told. That some of us came from North America and the rest of us came from Jamaica.
So no Africa?
No.
Oh wow. Is that what you were taught in school?
Yeah. We were taught that. And it's also been like a recent thing for Caribbean people to start calling themselves like Afro Caribbeans. Because that wasn't really a thing when I was growing up. Like, we used to just say that we were black. Well, in Central America, we say that we're black. But like now I see people calling themselves like Afro Caribbean. I don't know about that. But yeah. They never taught us anything about Africa.
Hmm. So when, like, did you ever hear about the out of Africa theory at any point?
I only heard about it like in terms of you guys, like Americans and Brazilians. Like they say that the Portuguese had a lot of ships they sent down to Brazil. And I believe that in the Caribbean, some of the ships stopped in Barbados, Hispaniola, and Jamaica. Yeah. Like they said that there were some stops.
Yeah, JLLM, I agree. He said it's weird that they push Africa on us, but not on them. And that's the big elephant in the room. Why was Africa so heavily enforced on Black people from the United States of America? It's because of the land. I'm telling you, it's because of the land.
Because they want us to give up our ownership of the land. and claim a
Mm-hmm.
different land we're not from, so they can take over. Basically, the destiny swap. That was
Exactly.
that the Christianity, all that stuff was a part of the destiny swap.
Facts. And they were successful, but now we're all collectively waking up. Like the lady KH or whoever that chicken head was, she's like, "Oh, why is everybody saying that now?" Bitch, because the ancestors are speaking through us. It's spiritual. This is supposed to happen. And especially with this current administration, he was nothing but a catalyst to even get us to start having these panels and to have these conversations with each other, because we weren't doing it. If we still was on the blue party, Democrat, I don't want to say it. I'm not trying to, please don't flag me, motherfucking TikTok. But since we got off that goddamn plantation, we getting off of it. We're starting to see things in a completely different light. And I don't even think I even thought about the fact that, as a collective, we've been voting for a party that was literally displacing us and swapping us out with immigrants. I didn't even think about that until this man came back for this second term. So, although I didn't vote for him, but we needed this to happen. And now, so many of us are literally starting to walk back and unlearn things that we were taught and take a deeper look. And people are like, "Oh, well, that's not what we were taught in school." The school system is full of BS. They change the goddamn curriculum every some odd years to whatever they want it to be. Now they're not even teaching much of anything about the transatlantic slave trade because they don't want the little pale-faced kids to feel bad about themselves. It's crazy.
Why'd you say it was a problem that the Somalis were seeing we shall overcome? I'm
Because it
just
has
confused.
absolutely nothing to do with you, Roy. Songs like that literally invoke the spirit of our ancestors. And it is cultural, and it's tied to something really deeply rooted and embedded in our strife, our pain, our suffering, and what we experience here in this country. You all have absolutely fucking nothing to do with that. You came over here and were able to come over here because of what those people that created that song and sung that song, because of what they went through. You were able to come over here to even seek asylum or to even have an idea of what the American dream would look like. So to sing that and to say them and then and us and now is disrespectful, because you're erasing what those people contributed to society, and you're trying to replace their plight with you all being outed by the goddamn government for scamming and being deported for being here illegally. I don't think that's okay. It's deplorable. It's disgusting. And it absolutely needs to be called out.
But Somalis singing that, they're not erasing
Yes, they
what
are. He
Black
literally said
Americans.
them and then and us and now. What does that mean? That's a swapperoo, a switcheroo. If somebody says them and then and us and now, that means I'm taking your place. I'm replacing you.
I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to get some like reparations from the government. I think that's not like they're not
What
trying to
do they
erase.
need reparations for after they got caught committing fraud in a country that isn't even theirs?
Thank you.
Is because Somalis in Minnesota, like, they've been through a lot.
Like what?
So what?
No, I need to
So
know
what?
what they've been through. They've literally been getting grants, loans, and all type of government assistance. 88% of them get government assistance. They've been able to open up businesses. They've been able to go to school. They've been able to take out loans to purchase homes. What the fuck have they been through? They even got GANGS. They running around in rat packs terrorizing the community. So what the hell? You get, oh my God.
I understand your frustration because I do feel like a lot of them take advantage of like what they have, and they just want more, like more and more and more. Because I know like Ilhan Omar, she like like I know like people don't like her, and I know she's probably like intertwined with some scams herself. Like I'm not gonna come here and lie, like I'm pretty sure she's scamming as well. Like
No, I need you to
she's
tell me,
definitely.
Roy, what specifically has a Somali in
Yeah.
community been through in the United States
Okay.
of America?
So, like, for example, after the BLM riots, a lot of Somalis were being locked up because they were rioting.
They
Um,
chose that. That's not something that you go through. That's something that you literally put yourself in the way of. They didn't have to go out there and riot. They chose to do that. That was a choice. Next.
But like, wouldn't you support them? Like they're
That's
going to.
not something that they went through systemically. That is not something that they went through for fucking years. That is not something that they went through that held them back in society to whereas they could not succeed. That is like a choice. That's like me going into a goddamn mosh pit and then get mad that somebody punched me in the fucking head.
Beyond that,
Yeah,
my
those are
thing is a
consequences.
lot of these immigrants that's supposed to be coming over here with temporary asylum, right? While things are supposed to be worked out or whatever done to try to make the situation better where they come from. Why are y'all not protesting back where you come from? Y'all should not be
That part.
protesting nothing here. You are a guest here. Y'all are supposed to be here temporarily until it's safe for you to go back home, and y'all are now making demands here.
Diabolical.
But
Y'all
you
can
do
go
know
back home.
your government enabled, like that's enabled by the government. Like
So
they
yes, and y'all take advantage of that. And now everybody's like, oh, well then y'all can leave. Y'all are ungrateful. You can go back home.
well, we're not taking advantage. We're just taking what
It
was given to
was
us.
scamming millions,
That
billions
was
of
not given to
dollars.
you. It was a scam.
Yes. Like,
How
what are
was it
you
a
saying,
scam?
sir? It was a
It wasn't.
scam.
Oh my god.
Like,
No, but
wouldn't you?
Roy,
Okay, if you
no, I'm not about to let you pivot and deflect. You said Somalians have been through a lot in America, and the only thing you can mention was them taking their funky asses out in the street to riot and loot up the goddamn place during Black Lives Matter, which was a choice. Tell me something else that they've been through.
also
Go
the
ahead.
the ice cream truck raids that kind of
That is for
terrorized
illegal. You know,
huh?
y'all get my fucking nerves. That
It did
is
terrorize the
for
community though.
illegal immigrants. That is not just an organization that's just running up in your spot without cause.
Illegal, but like they're not like they're illegal, but they're still American in a way
No,
because
that
there's been
once again, you choose to go to a country and not get your paperwork together. So these are things that can be avoided. Right or wrong.
Immigration is a process in every single country.
Thank you.
You don't get reparations because you're being deported.
Yeah. Thank you, Lynette. Like they
So,
want reparations for being deported with they illegal.
Like what?
You cannot make this up.
hey, Roy.
Deporte.
Oh, Roy.
y'all are kind of victim blaming now. I'm not gonna lie, because we have been through a lot, Somalians.
You're not telling us what you've been through.
I
You
And
told you,
even
like
if
said
the ice
no,
cream
no,
truck
no.
raids, the
You are not
cold.
the only community that has been getting raided because of your. Some of you all here. Some of you all are here illegally. That is not something that is special or exclusive to Somalians. So no, you're not going to be able to get that one off. There's Africans that have been raided. There's Mexicans that have been raided. Ecuadorians. Some Asians have been deported. I even seen some European immigrants getting deported. So you do not. That is not something that is exclusive to Somalians. So for you to keep saying we've been through a lot and then you naming shit that you put yourself in the way of is like, come on, come on, come on. You got to do better than that. This is how you experience in America is a far cry better than what you would be experiencing if you was back home in Somalia. So you should be grateful to be here. I know I would be if I escaped the country like that and was able to come over here. I would be grateful. I would mind my business, go to work, go to school, do whatever it is that I came here to do and mind my business. I would not be sitting up here talking about we deserve this because we should be able to colonize and co-opt the civil rights movement because we getting raided by the ice cream truck for being here illegal. Y'all should have some grace for us because we was out there looting and rioting and got arrested. What?
Not to mention, and I'm gonna just keep it funky, right? Like, there's a lot of Somalis, but I'm not saying all because I'm, not talking in absolutes, but there's a lot that were making fun of Black Americans when the reparations conversation initially came up or resurfaced, right? Let's be very clear about this. You can in no way liken whatever you say Somalis went through to what Black Americans have gone through, obviously, right? So then when Love Jones brought up the We Shall Overcome, the historical connections to that song being sung is much different than what you're talking about. So it's not making sense. And once again, there's been tons of Somalis that have very much made fun of any talks about reparations and was laughing while saying you'll never get it. But somehow now the conversation has shifted to we want reparations. So you got to make it make sense.
And you're co-opting somebody else's history. That
I
to me
mean,
is the main issue. Like
those Somalis can go. Like,
whatever y'all got going on in y'all communities and y'all take up with the government, that's y'all business, whatever. But why are you co-opting other people's movements that has nothing to do with you and has damn sure is not even comparable? So it's
can
very
I answer why?
disrespectful. It's like me going to Somalia and whatever y'all fought for over there. I'm like, well, let's all the Black Americans hold hands and try to replicate what y'all did.
It's
No,
because the path has already been created for us, so
that's the
it's
thing. Our
easier to
path
take
isn't
it.
created for you. The path isn't for you. That's the
That
problem
part.
with you immigrants. Everything that our ancestors did, they did not do it for you. Nothing in this country is for you. These avenues and these paths that you're taking, opportunities that you're here for, is something that you didn't create. Y'all are literally just leaks.
But
None of
but
it's for you. Like
but
none of
listen
it's
to your
for
own
you.
government. They have
But
told
that's
us
the
over and
thing,
over
though. But that's
again
what we
that
understand,
it's
though. We
for
understand
us.
that governments has been exploiting our community, and you're participating in that. You're benefiting off that exploitation. We
Like, can
know
you
that.
blame Somalians for when
Yes, we can't
even
blame you. It is your actions. We're gonna
because
blame you
even
by what
Kamala
you choose to
Harris,
do.
because even Kamala
We're gonna
Harris,
blame everybody who has been complicit in the exploitation of Black Americans.
but
We are
Unwritten, even
blaming
Kamala
every
Harris, a
single
black
person, every
woman.
single group. We don't give a damn about your sob stories, about your countries and where you come from. And I'm a refugee. F all of that. You're still benefiting from the exploitation of another group of
But
people, and you know
Unwritten,
it. And
even
the reality is, y'all know it, and you're so bold enough to literally walk on Selma and try to replicate a movement that you know is for our people.
no, I agree with that. But at the same time, if the opportunity presents itself, like, are you gonna blame
But that
Somalians for
speaks
taking
more
it?
so to y'all character, right? Like we know, we now
Mm-hmm.
understand, and this is why there couldn't be any. This is why there couldn't be any unity between us, because
Right.
y'all are just simply not. Y'all are not a people that would unite with others
Thank you,
in an
Kelly. Thank you,
ethical and a
Susan.
moral way, right? Like you all are opportunists. You see, okay, how can I get something for myself? How can we be selfish, right? And participate in the exploitation of Black Americans. That's all literally all y'all do here. Because like you said, these avenues were paved, but they were paved by our ancestors' blood, not yours. So yeah, no, we understand that y'all are opportunists and y'all take advantage of anything that comes your way because you have no standards and you have no morals. That's literally it. And now that and I was gonna say something earlier about what I was saying, love, about the destiny swapping or everybody's waking up, right?
Mm-hmm.
The more in which we've been exposed to Africans, right? It's like that to me is the nail in the coffin. Like they are so different than our people in so many different ways. And so this exposure that the little bit that we have gotten of them, it's like it is even more so evident if there was ever any doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Like we do not think that way. We do not exploit people. We are no one's villain.
Yes.
We are
Mm-hmm.
no one in anyone's story. No one can say Black American is my villain.
But
And
they
I think
keep
that is
saying we are
so
though. That's the
superior.
irony. They
And we're
keep
not.
trying to paint us out to be them. And it is just ridiculous. I agree with everything you just said. And Roy, honestly, no one can blame you, but we just see your morale and we see the character flaw and we see that y'all are not savory people. You can't be trusted. You can't trust people like that. Because at the end of the day, do whatever you're going to do with the government. Go ahead. But to literally try to co-opt and colonize a whole nother people's story, that's kind of wicked, bro.
I've already admitted to you, like, yes, there are a lot of Somalis that are like they don't like scamming is in their DNA. Like I can't
Well, it
like
sure
that.
is. You got that right.
So I don't know what can be done to solve that. Like it's just so when I see or
It's
not,
just you going home. That's all it is. It's like
huh?
it's just you going home. That's
But,
it. Y'all have not exhibited the moral character to stay in this country.
so which okay, realistically, who's gonna send all these? Not just Somalis, all these
They're
scamming
literally doing it now. Like what do you
governments. Who's
They
sending
mean?
are.
that?
They're literally doing it right now.
But not on the level that is gonna actually reduce like scams and
It didn't the time frame that it took you all to get here wasn't immediate. It's not going to be the same for getting you out. So
Same
we
thing for
understand it. We're patient, right? We've been patient for the last 50, 60 years.
same thing for
So
like Indians.
however long it takes for y'all to go home, that's just what it is. We gonna be here. So you
Same
know,
thing for like Indians, because like they when they come into power of a manager position, they only hire other Indian people,
we know all
especially
that.
in the tech.
Y'all all do that though.
That brother
Every
tried to
single
bring
one
up
of y'all do that.
Indians.
All of
No, but
y'all
I'm
do
saying
that.
is like, are you gonna go after every group that has these kind of I guess scamming quote unquote
The thing is,
mentality? Or
Roy, no one is going after you. Like, y'all keep coming over here acting as if we are the ones that's literally putting your ass on a ship or on a plane and getting you up out of here. We're not doing that. As it pertains to us, we're just saying, do not lie and pretend like our history is yours to get ahead. Do not pretend like you're us and place yourself in a position to speak on our behalf. Leave us the fuck alone. If all of y'all would have just left us alone, we wouldn't even be probably talking to y'all. Like, no one would care about what you're doing to the goddamn government to that degree. But when you're doing it under the guise of I'm a Black American and you're taking resources that could be allocated to us for things that we actually need, and then you're scamming, like, that's not cool. And then on top of that, trying to like replace us with the civil rights movement and say that y'all are us now, and like the shit like that ain't cool. But if you was just doing something to the pale face man and it had absolutely nothing to do with us, we would not give a fuck.
no, I agree with the scamming. Obviously, scamming. Like, I'm just trying to give you an explanation. I never agreed with it. And as for the co-opt, like, you can't really blame immigrants because that's what we've been told. Like, we've been told that Martin Luther King, like one of the reasons he pushed for the changes in the civil rights movement is to give rights to not only Black Americans but all the immigrants that were there.
Who
Like a
told you that
pathway,
fat face on lie?
huh? Politicians like in Minnesota, and I'm not
That's
even
a
joking.
damn lie. That's y'all telling that to
Um,
yourselves. There ain't a goddamn piece of nothing where Martin Luther King said we marching for immigrants.
Can I share with y'all some of the story though
Oh,
too?
what's up? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
It was so a lot of them because I just came from Canada. I just came from Canada about a few days ago now. When I went to Canada, it's mind blowing too. When I went up there, you have a huge Somalian population in Vancouver and
Oh,
Toronto.
let
There's a
me
lot of
take
Somalis that fled. A lot of them Somalis that fled Minnesota and fled Seattle, Washington, and fled Maine. They fled to Canada because Trump's strong immigration policies. Though, because you remember Trump started sending ICE out to Minnesota and all other areas in Maine. We have them big Somali enclaves. What the Somalis start doing is that they start contacting their relatives in Toronto and Vancouver, and they start smuggling all them Somalis up there, start flooding them over the border in Canada because you got a lot of Somalis up there, Canada, especially Toronto and Vancouver area. You got a huge Somali population up there, so a lot of Somalians are leaving America. They going fleeing up there to Canada before Trump catch them. But Somalians are the main people saying I'm not black. A lot of Somalis actually classify themselves as Caucasians and
And
Arabs when they
Arab.
come over to this country.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've been over there, I've been over to East Africa, I've been over to the Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Ethiopia. I've been to the places over here. A lot of them Somalis over there will tell you, I'm not black, I'm Arab or I'm Caucasian. You know, Somalia is part of the Arab League over there. That's why I went over to Kenya. They told me that them Somalis don't consider themselves Africans. They actually separate themselves from the other Africans, like the Kenyans and Ethiopians. You have the Somalians. They actually wage a war against the Ethiopians over the Nile River over there right now to speak. Though they actually joined it with the Arabs over there with the Egyptians over there in Egypt to go to war with Ethiopia over the Nile River situation. So they're now united over there too. And also is that Somalis over there for a long time because Jarirs. Jarir is a derogatory term that Somalis calls in their language in Somali. And also is that Somalis actually cause wars for Black Americans, especially go to places like St. Cloud, Minnesota, and over there a small little suburb outside of Minneapolis, Minnesota, St. Paul area. The Somalis really haven't messed with our people. The Somalians had turned them their Minneapolis, Minnesota to another little Mogadishu. They turned that to it's real bad over here too. And most of that money they got all them properties up there in Toronto. I've talked to a lot of Canadians that have been out there for generations. They told me is that the U.S. government might start seizing their properties over there of Somalis that did a lot of fire up there in Canada too. because you got a lot of Somalis took some of that fraud money, went not only to Kenya, they took some of that fraud money, went over there to Toronto and Vancouver, started buying properties over there, because people understand that the properties over there in Canada ain't cheap. They're very expensive over there, especially Toronto. The real estate market out there in Canada very expensive, especially places like Toronto and Vancouver. It's very expensive over there. You gotta have money to buy property over there in Vancouver and Toronto. So Somalis start buying property, all that fraud money got in the U.S. though. So the U.S. government is about to start seizing the Somalis properties over there in Canada too, just like they're doing in Kenya. That's all I gotta say for now. No, my time is up.
Word to Big Bird. Very true stuff. Very true.
Y'all can talk.
Somalis in Canada scam a lot. They're even like they're better scammers than the ones in the USA, because Canada has a lot of social programs that you can take advantage of.
Yeah, but a lot of the Canadians are tired of that too. They deport a lot of Somalians and Haitians and Nigerians out of Canada too. Over 50,000 people has been deported from Canada in 2025. They deported, getting rid of a lot of them Somalis and Nigerians and Haitians and Jamaicans out of Canada right now. Speaking,
Because yeah, they cause crime.
Canada, they're very strict out there in Canada. They just let anybody aboard. When I went over there to Canada for 3 days, they would question me like if I was Osama bin Laden himself, though. And that's how bad it was questioning. And also, when I went to the Canadian immigration, they actually sent a lot of them Africans back. A lot of them East Africans that had the hijabs on. A lot of them Nigerians, they actually sent them on the plane right back to Nigeria, right back to Kenya the very next day. Though they let
You
them in. I'm
know,
dead serious. Though.
is
And this I went to Canada. I just came from Canada about 2 days ago. I was in Canada for 3 days though, but yeah, I've been to Canada at
yeah,
least 3 times though. So they sent a lot of Africans that trying to cross over to Canada. They send them back.
because they think it's easier to scam in Canada because they're not as strict. Like they're not like Trump, so they just go to Canada to scam,
Roy, is
and they
that why you
also
was in Canada?
yeah. Oh no, no, that's not why I was in Canada. Come on now, no. But the thing is,
God damn.
they go, and I already told Love Jones this before. They say they're a refugee and they lie, and they say they're part of the LGBT community, and that they can't be part of that community in Africa, so they have to be a refugee in Canada. And usually, when they lie about that and they say like they're part of that community, the Canadian government like lets them in. So a famous Somali lawyer was like caught for like because she was advising her clients to lie and say they're LGBT to stay in Canada, but she got caught. Unfortunately for her, someone snitched or something happened. I don't know. But yeah.
All right, everybody up in here, double tap the screen. Let's get this live to
You
115K.
got
Add to the gift. The gift. What the fuck is it called? I don't know. The gift goal. Send your heart means if you're not subscribed. Why am I saying subscribe? Well, for the people watching the replay, subscribe. But for you all that's on here, if you're not following me, make sure you follow me and follow anybody on the panel if you've enjoyed their contributions to tonight's conversations. Thank you, MJ. I hope I said your name. I'm sorry.
you do got a lot of scams go up there in Canada though too. They actually cracking down on the Somali and Nigerian and the Indian scams up there in Canada too. They've been cracking down on that up there in Canada just like over in the US. Did you know that the US government is working with the Canadian government over there to seize a lot of Somali properties up there in Canada, just like they're doing in Kenya? Is you got a lot of them Somalis, bro, allowed to spend all that fraud money they stole up in Minnesota. They actually bought properties not only in Kenya, they bought properties in Dubai. They bought properties in Canada, especially in Toronto, Vancouver. I went up there in Toronto. I saw a lot of Somalis had a lot of real estate property when I went to Canada, though. And I just came from Canada in Toronto. A lot of the locals told me that I don't see how these Somalis able to buy property. And Toronto, you even got a lot of local Canadians over there struggling over in Canada. They can't afford to buy homes property like that in Canada like that no more. So they said, how the hell these Somalis come from third world countries and they're able to buy $1 million properties up there in Toronto and Vancouver, and the local Canadians can't afford to buy homes like that, and then they traced that back. They got billions of dollars out the scam money, and they end up buying property in Canada and also in Dubai and also in Kenya. So the U.S. government actually sees their assets and property up there in Canada right now as we speak. But yeah, that's how they was able to afford to buy it. Probably you seen the story how you had them Africans, them Somalis, and them people from Dominican Republic. They had a whole I think documentary that they was getting food stamps. They took all that food stamps and then they ended up sponsoring that back in they bodega stores in their shops over in Africa and the Caribbean and Dominican Republic and India. You seen that? You seen that, y'all? How all that
No,
food
I didn't
I
stamps
see
don't
that.
believe I. Yeah, I
it's
don't.
a big
Oh
scam
wait,
going on. It's a
no,
big
yes,
scam
in the
going on
DR. How
in the
they
DR
somebody they
though.
was buying
How the
food.
Dominicans
Yes,
they
and
buy
getting
food
shipping
from the
it
U.S.
there.
though. Yep, ship it back over there and
With
make a
food
profit off of it
stamps.
though. Yep, yep.
Yeah,
With food
that's
stamps
right.
though, scamming the system. Yep, finesse scamming the
Hmm.
system
Yeah.
though. That's what they doing. Yep.
Speaking of food, hey, Love Jones, what's that, man? Because I'm gonna be honest with you. I know you're trying to be probably undercover or something, but I heard you whipping something up.
Oh,
What
I
kind of food
wasn't.
you got?
No, I'm eating a granola bar right
Oh,
now.
okay.
That
So
is
wait a minute.
hilarious.
Yeah, I'm getting hungry. I'm hearing stuff beep and stuff going off. I'm like, hold on, what? Yeah. All
That's
right.
Black Vanguard. He got some type of alarm or his. I don't know. I-20 said it was his microwave that was blowing her eardrums out.
No, that ain't me. No, that's you. You might be cooking some
That wasn't me. I don't got nothing beeping unless the live is tapped and
So, so,
somebody else up in here.
somebody microwave active right now. That's yeah.
What you mean she ain't cooking a damn thing? I cook. Y'all, you know what's funny? People have parasocial relationships with me and they think that they know everything I do when they see me only like an hour earlier in the day. And then, of course, these late night lives. But I got a whole life outside of the internet, y'all. A whole life
When you
filled
cook
with
pork
people.
chops and shit. When you cook
Pork?
pork chops and
No,
shit.
I don't eat pork. Mm-mm.
Hog mog. Shit. I don't eat pork either.
Hell no.
That's that's that East Coast. Hold up. Hey, you said you from BK, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm already knowing. Say, leave that get that
Mm-hmm.
pig away from me.
Yeah. My dad, ever since I was, he made me, I remember one time we went somewhere and I ordered a pepperoni pizza and he said, "What? You not eating that?" I was so mad because I bought it with my own money. I think I was like 12. And he literally was like, "You're not eating that." He did buy me another plain slice, but he made me throw it in the garbage. I think
I
that was the
feel it.
last time I had like pepperoni or
I don't eat that no
anything
more.
like that.
I don't eat pork though. Last time I ate pork was like 20 years ago. I don't eat that no more.
Yeah.
I don't eat pork no
That's
more.
what's up.
I
So
don't eat
you guys are
chitlins no more.
Muslim or what?
Chitlins. I'm good.
What you say, Roy?
Hey, what was
You
that?
guys
That
are
was you
Muslim?
beeping.
That's just your microwave active like that, Roy?
That's Black
That's not.
Vanguard. He had
No,
me
no.
at
I
the
don't have a.
mute
I
because
don't
he
have
know he beeping.
a microwave. What?
Oh, that ain't me.
Y'all is
Why
lying.
you lying?
Lying so
Hey,
bad.
this
I'm not.
What is up with the panel tonight? Everybody gotta
yeah,
be lying.
There's a lot of storytelling going on around here.
God damn. That brother said, no, that ain't me.
Wait, are you guys Muslim or what? Like, why don't you guys eat pork?
It's not good for you though. Pork eat things anything off the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Why, why are people?
Just like bushmeat. Just like giraffe, just like hyena puppy meats,
But
just like gopher McNuggets. Yeah, we don't
some
yeah, we don't
places
eat
in
that.
Africa they eat giraffe though. They eat
That's why you got Ebola going on. That's why you got
monkeys.
Ebola going on because you eat them zebra McNuggets and hyena puppies and the rat shish kebabs though. That's why you
In
got the Ebola
Somalia,
going
some
on.
places they eat monkeys.
Of course they do, man. They eat monkey paws over there. They eat puppies. They eat all that shit over there. That's why
So
they got the
Black
Ebola stuff going on.
Vanguard, you never eat monkeys. You never try it.
Listen,
You probably eat that shit with curry and jerry bread, huh?
No, we don't eat that. We eat the rice and bananas. That's what we eat most of the time.
That shit nasty. That shit nasty. Yeah,
You should try it one time and see what
you
how
probably
it tastes like.
changed that banana. You probably changed that banana stuff with some gopher meat or something like that and some
I
spaghetti.
don't know what is gopher. I don't know what that is. We only some tribes in Somalia eat monkeys. I know that.
Yeah, hell yeah, they do. They eat that. They eat that with But season of bush meat, seasoned curry you get, and then injera bread. They eat that monkey paw with
Oh,
injera
the
bread.
injera
It's the
bread.
fruit
That's
season.
really good. Actually, that tastes really good. You should try that one. The injera bread is really good. And you could have the like vegetables. You could have meat,
Hey, I
whatever
know
you want.
Somali. I know they hunt. I know they over there Somalia. I know they pirates over there like Captain Phillips. Are you part of one of them Captain Phillips on Somalia? Thought you hunt for your prey over there.
All right, we got 2 new people on the panel. Hey, Don, what's up? Don,
Hey, what's going on?
let me give you your 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Why are I was trying to tell Black Americans about that? I don't know. That's annoying as shit. I don't. Excuse my language. That's annoying trying to come tell us who we are, especially when we got hundreds of years of records of our family, like, and trying to tell us who he is, and they don't even know about themselves. They don't even got them type of. They can go back more than what 50 years, if that, and they trying to tell us about us. And all they doing is going for by what white people told them. The same Rockefeller education that they pushed upon us and trying to tell us about us. Like they know us better than us. That's very annoying. Are Black Americans native to America? Yeah, a lot of us is most definitely. The ones who do that genealogy. I mean, most of us got to go. All we got to do is go past 1924. We gonna find that indigenous ancestry real quick because that's when we get reclassified. So most definitely. And then to the African guy that's cracking jokes, it's kind of funny that you crack jokes on other African groups and other Somalis talking bad about them and them supposed to be your people. You'll never catch me talking bad about my own people, whether they do this or good, bad. You'll never catch me with another group of people laughing and kiki and ha ha telling jokes about my people. So it's funny y'all come over here talking about unity when you ain't showing no unity right now. And
He
I'll land my
never
plane with
do.
that.
He called other African countries shitholes. He boy be saying a lot of stuff.
No, because I only have unity amongst a very small group of people. I don't consider like because even Somalia is divided into tribes. So the
And
tribe
why is
there's
you in our
tribal
face?
unities, but
Why is you in
not.
our land telling us to unify with y'all and Somali this and Somali that? If you only unify with a couple people, we don't want to unify with y'all at all. So why is you in our face? And like you said, you talking down about other Africans, but you telling us to unite and be one people. Y'all are so hypocritical and contradictory. This is ridiculous. Like, do y'all have any common sense or logical thinking at all?
We do ask unification because it benefits us in a way. So that's really the
At least
main
he be
reason.
honest. It benefits them to be unified with us, not
Uh
with the ones
oh.
that's eating monkeys in Africa.
For why would Somalians in America that wants to level up want to unify with like shithole tribes in Africa? Like, why would we want to do that? Obviously, we want to unify with Black
Damn.
Americans
It was your
that are
people. It
successful.
was your people. You're never gonna rise without them. That's what y'all
But
don't get. That's why
we
Black Americans we are trying to unite because we know we're not gonna get far without each other. We understand that. We learned that lesson the hard way. So what we trying to tell you is what you're doing is getting you nowhere. You can talk about them and call them shit hoes, and it's gonna stay that way until y'all do what y'all gotta do and get out of our face and our business. Trying to come out here and speak for us and interject yourself into our business. If y'all would have left us alone, y'all think we didn't know y'all was scamming? Y'all think we didn't know in the 90s and 80s that y'all was getting money coming over here? We been knew that. We would have left y'all alone, had y'all mind your own business. But since y'all want to open up y'all mouth for the opinion, now we gonna say something. Y'all wanted our attention, y'all begged for our attention, y'all shouted and jumped to the roof for our attention. Now y'all got it. Why you complaining now? Don't play victim now. Y'all jumped and shot for our attention. You got it now.
docile. But the thing is, you're saying we have to unite with like all like African whatever tribes and
I
countries.
don't have to do nothing but stay black and die.
No, not you, not you. You're telling
Anything other
us.
than that is my choice.
You're telling like Somalians and whatever African immigrants. But think about this:
Not American
we
hat.
we only have like 80 years on this earth. Why would we waste our life trying to like unite with those like detrimental people and like kind of ruin our time when we can kind of level up in America? Why would we do that?
It's funny we said that. That's how we feel about you coming over here in our land. But you got all these so-called resources over there. Why do y'all need to come over here and level up? And if we are the same people, just removed from slave land trade, where's the ingenuity? Where's all the smarts that we got? Why we ain't seeing that over there in Africa? Like, where is that? Why do we have to leave y'all to come over here and create all this stuff? Why we couldn't do that back over there?
We ain't got shit to say. Hold that thought. We got a couple new people on the panel. Let's get Z. Wait, I don't know if it was ZW or was it FSF. I think SF was next. Yeah, and then after you, it's gonna be Z, W, and then after that, it's gonna be Error.
Alright, so
Oh, excuse me.
Black American.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you, CJ.
Alright, so while foreigners always trying to tell Black Americans about their ancestry, well, we don't have to touch on that. We already know. But are Black Americans native to to the Americas? Absolutely. I have some sources here that can testify to that. I don't know if I'm allowed to share screen, but I can give people the links in the comments, so I don't mind.
Wait, links to what? Say that again.
The links to the sources that's gonna help me prove my case that we indigenous to the Americas.
It's not personal records, is it?
Yeah, don't.
No, it's not personal records. Absolutely, it's sources from SearchWorks SearchWorks.stanford.edu, encyclopediavirginia.org. We got a PDF from archive.org, sources from George Jones, 1810 to 1879. The topic is about Indians. The collections from Birmingham Young University. Then I got some links from the National Library of Health. We got one from DNAexplained.com discussing Albert Perry's haplogroup.
Wait, you can't show all of that because we're not about to be up here for 24 hours.
Yeah, so basically so I'll break it down like this. So basically, we are definitely indigenous to America because with Albert Perry, right? We know he has one of the oldest male lineages in history with the what is it? A00 haplogroup or AOO, whatever. Now, most people, when you Google that, it's going to tell you, oh, most of that is found in Cameroon, right? When you go to DNAexplained.com, it's going to tell you exactly that. But the key words here that I wanted to show is going to say that most of it comes from Africa or the diaspora. So the or diaspora part, people like to exclude America like we're not part of the diaspora. That's number one. Number two, when you go to National Library of Health, I'm gonna drop the link in there. You drop down, you read the first page is gonna tell you, they're gonna mention that everything, they're gonna say, oh, that these DNA strands came from West Africa, and then some theories they're talking about is what Homo sapiens mixing with the unknown species and things like that. But it very distinctly on the bottom is gonna say that there's no scientific support for either claim for the Y chromosome, and we wonder whether a simpler explanation might exist. So that right there tells you there's no scientific claim to back up that it solely exists. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'll answer do I feel like we're part of the diaspora? I don't really care for the diaspora thing because we already know the hypocrisy with that. So now further going to this link from the ancient history of America, interior to the time of Columbus, proving the identity of Aborigines with the Tyrians and Israelites, an introduction to Christianity to the Western Hemisphere. Now, when you cross-reference that, when encyclopedia Virginia.org, you're going to read about the Roanoke colonies in 1584 with Sir Walter Raleigh, where he wanted to Christianize the Indians. So that checks out. You know what I'm saying? Then you got maps from the Dutch with Norenberger that talks about all of the cities that was here. In the same archive, they talk about, and it's a 2-part book. They talk about so many things about the architecture and everything. But when you also even look at the Ice Age, for people that want to debunk that stuff, they want to debunk the Ice Age, and then you'll see that marine isotope 6, the southeast region of North America was not covered in ice. So when these people crossed the land bridge, and even their ancestors were dark, the northeastern Eurasians, if they crossed the land bridge and came over to America, they can't be indigenous to North America. They're indigenous to Northeast Eurasia. And you can Google marine isotope 6. Southeast was not covered in ice. So that's my claim. I'll land there.
Okay. Era, can I have your ethnicity? I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Oh, yeah. I'm Ken Folk. I've been on here before, but I only need 3 minutes. I was in the comments listening. I just came up to the ads that I had Africans say that Africans didn't want to link up with stinky or smelly Africans. That's all I came up to ask because I
Yeah,
was
the
confused.
Somali said that. The East African said that.
I just need to put that in my arsenal so next time we be on panels after come up talk about we talk
Yeah.
shit.
I'm gonna clip that out. That was at 4 hours and 6 minutes of this. I put it in my notes so I could actually make a video out of it.
Yeah, I need that because that shit was wild. Part of my friends. But yeah, you could drop me. I just needed some confirmation on that shit because I was in the comments started laughing. Why would we want to link up with stinky, smelly Africans? But
What
you
you talking
SBAs is
about?
always xenophobic. That's just crazy. But yeah, you could drop me, love. I'll be back in the comments.
That's wow.
He always saying and talking shit. SF, do you make content? I don't know. Do you make content? SFJX.
Oh no, I don't. I actually just made a TikTok because I've been seeing a lot of these panels on my friend's TikTok. So, I'm a little nerd myself, and I pretty much made this to like learn and to like spread information that I know. So
Yeah, I think you should. You should make some content with what you was just reading us off. Make them into like 2-minute increments and post it. You don't have to show your face. You could like literally have a green screen of whatever you're reading off and give it a caption and some hashtags.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it, you know what I mean? So it's like, I'm not saying everything like I'm absolutely correct because I'm absolutely open to learning. If anybody wants to DM me, we could have some dialogue, you know what I'm saying? But it's just people really like to discredit the other side of history that they're not seeing. And when they do all these, research, they have to read between the lines and use context clues. Like with these, a lot of these documents, especially manuscripts around the Columbus era, you got to look at what they're saying. They never really say we built, they say we found. Like they try to say the Haitians founded Chicago. You found Chicago. But then when you look at these maps, you can go to search works from Stanford University and type in what's this dude's name? It's Cornelius Whitelift, Whitefliet, and look at all these maps that depict what they seen here in the 1500s. There was already cities here around Mobile, Alabama, DC, Chicago, and things like that. They've been here. So it's like, so I don't know, man. Like I think people just are willingly ignorant and just have a lot of cognitive.
Oh, they are, because it's beneficial. Roy just said it. It's beneficial to be identified as us. It's beneficial for immigrants to be like, oh, we all built this country, to try to make us immigrants so that they could also lay claim and have stakes in America. It's beneficial.
Yeah, very. And just like everybody else was saying, like, what's understood don't need to be explained. It's really a resource grab. It's really a lack of effort on as a collective on these other people's parts. And I'm not trying to throw shade, like, what I'm saying, because one of my right hand mans is Nigerian. We had an uncomfortable conversation, from his point of view. He stopped talking to me over a week about it. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like,
what was his point of view?
His point of view was because we was talking about the African Union. This was sometime last year, and I was pointing out that the African Union, one of their plays was leveraging African American voices to get reparations, and we know what leverage means, right? So I'm telling him about this stuff, and I'm like, nobody even asked us, do we want to be a part of the sixth region, all this BS stuff like that? And I've heard that it's already got shut down already, but I didn't know about that. So basically, when they started doing all of this stuff, I started catching the okie doke since they started doing Ancestry and all of these celebrities getting dual citizenship, because they think we so ignorant that we just gonna follow these celebrities. You know what I'm saying? So they do that stuff and make us go over there. So then we follow these celebrities. We start, they get into our culture. So now it's like a little usurp, and the next we're putting our spending power over there. You can Google right now, what is the importance of African Americans in the 6 regions of the African Union? Is going to tell you flat out, spending power is a crucial component to building their infrastructure. They want us to put our intellect, invest in businesses and things like that. It's all right there on their website. Ghana had a summit where they had a meeting last year in 2025 about reparations, and then next you know, lo and behold, they go into the UN about it. You know what I'm saying? So his standpoint was, what's wrong with dual citizenship? I'm like, the dual citizenship as a Black American literally takes away who we are as a people when we all got into a huddle with our arms around our shoulders, talking to amongst ourselves about who we are, and here comes everybody want to peek over our shoulders. It's whack, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah. But yeah, if anybody, they want to say what I'm saying is pseudo, message me. I'll send you all the links and sources that I got, and we could talk about it. I mean,
I don't
I
think
ain't here.
anybody in here is saying that.
Now there was one person I peeped, but it's like I ain't here to take jabs at nobody, Caribbeans, Africans, none of that stuff. Because one thing I peeped about a lot of these panels where is people doing get back jabs from just all reactive. I've been on like 2 panels where it's like Black Americans, FBA, Caribbeans, Africans, and there's actually real discourse and there's people agreeing to disagree. But you know what I'm saying? It was cool. I go on these different panels. I went on one panel first off. The whole FBA, Black American thing. All I know is my peoples is from here, and I fuck with my people. You know what I'm saying? So I jumped on the panel where it was FBA, op or not. So I didn't really understand the whole context of these panels. I'm new. You know what I'm saying? So they asked me FBA, op or not. So I said no based on my perception because I'm like, well, who would we be an ops to? Because we mind our business. You know what I'm trying to say? They muted me for 3 minutes, and they Black American. So I'm like, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah, a
So it's
lot
like,
of them be like going in because they don't like Tariq Nasheed.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? And I'm starting, you know what it feels like? One of those red pill concepts, like for dudes when they start watching Kevin Samuels, then they feel like they chest can pump up because finally men got a voice. But then when you really are a healed person, you start seeing that these people that's dragging it like Fresh and Fit and everybody, they just unhealed. And then you get out of that phase and you start seeing everybody just filled with hate. And you know what I'm trying to say? It's a whole bunch, man. So I don't really subscribe to all that BS, but I do know our peoples are indigenous here, and you can go by genealogy, and you can even go by DNA. And then I was arguing with somebody else the other day about Ancestry.com. You can go on their terms and conditions. They're gonna tell you they get everything from a reference panel. You know what I'm saying? There's a physicist, a geneticist, I'm sorry, from DePaul University. His claim is that DNA alone, you can't determine ethnicity off of DNA. You can't say this person's from Switzerland or this person's from here or there based off DNA. You know what I'm saying? So when you look up on their terms and conditions, it's going to tell you it's a reference panel and they go through a masking process. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot. People they just don't. A lot of people stop learning after high school, man.
Okay. Does anybody else want to chime in? No, y'all ain't got shit to say. All right. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna ask. I was gonna say, SF. Let me get some of them links you're talking about, man. Because some of that stuff sounds pretty interesting, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I got you.
All right, no doubt.
I ain't gatekeeping nothing. You feel me? It's all about the truth because facts change every day with science and everything like that, but the truth can never change.
Absolutely.
All right, now we about to get out of here. We gonna do final thoughts. Roy, get your bitch ass off the tea time.
Yeah, my final thoughts is I think like the immigrant mindset is very different to I guess the African American or American Black American mindset because we don't really see like mass unity. We see more of a it's every man and their families for themselves because we come from a scarcity based society. So that's why we like when people are saying, "Oh, why don't you want to go back to Somalia to build Somalia up?" Like hell no, I'm not gonna waste my life to go to that like shithole country and like deal with all the corruption and all that crazy shit. And same thing for other immigrants. They don't want to go back to like Mexico or India or God knows where and waste their whole life to fix a problem that's not fixable. So that's why that's the difference. That's really the main difference. And that's where I'm gonna land.
So can you stop saying that y'all built America, because y'all don't even have the balls to build your own country? You came over to a country that was already established and you tethered on to Black American accomplishments. Could you admit that? Because you've come on this panel multiple times and said immigrants built the United States of America, when y'all don't have the wherewithal, nor do y'all have the backbone to build up a goddamn first world country with your lying ass. Could you finally admit the truth? Because you basically just did.
I would say I never built it because I came here only 6 years ago. But from
Immigrants
what
didn't build a fuck all thing. You just said immigrants have a one man for themselves mentality. So you know damn well they came over here to a country that was already established and had resources for them to be comfortable in.
yeah, like immigrants are not foundational to America, but they do contribute to the GDP and all the economy and
I
all
don't
that
give a
stuff.
damn about the GDP. I'm talking about building the goddamn country.
Right, right. No, they have no. I would say like the foundation was not built by immigrants, or at least the immigrants that are here now. Like maybe the European immigrants, back in the day, yeah. But
That's it.
European what?
yeah, like all the Italians and all the whatever Irish.
Man,
That
They
cut
didn't
that
get
out,
here
man.
until the goddamn late 1800s, early 1900s either. You don't know.
yeah, but didn't they build like New York City, Boston, like those kind of
New York
places?
City, all of those places were already here. They added to infrastructure that was already established.
That is true.
Anyways, like I'm saying, is there's layers to it. Like there's foundation, like a house. Like there's the foundation of the house, and then
You don't build a house if the house is already, if you walk into a house, you're not building it. Thank you. Really, you're not
like
building it. You're coming into something already built.
the way I see it
So
is
using that saying immigrants built America is
right.
malarkey. Then you got up here and you was like, oh, Kamala said it. Oh, the mayor Mamdani said it, even though he backwalked and apologized because he was wrong. But you literally use those people to back up your claim, and neither one of them are from lineages that you just mentioned. And they recently got here too. Crickets. All right, good. Go ahead, Unwritten.
Yeah, my final thoughts. Everyone do your genealogy. When it comes to the DNA, understand that those tests are showing you estimates. Okay. If something shows up that says Benin,
Oh.
that may be, that may just, it just
Why you
may
had
be
to
an
bring up
estimate.
Natasha?
I'm just saying, it's just these are my final thoughts. These are my final
Oh my
thoughts.
god.
It just may just be an estimate, okay? But you should look at your matches. Your matches actually have some genetic linkages there that can help you alongside your paper genealogy. Yeah, that's my final thoughts.
Okay, Don.
My final thoughts is it's just crazy how you talk about Africa and you just I don't know. It's nothing comes easy in life. Y'all looking for the easy way in life, and there's nothing easy about it. Like our ancestors could have ran, we could have left, we could leave anytime we want. We could leave America. We're not hostage here. We can leave. We just don't want to. And y'all think we talking about all the scamming? We know how to scam the system. We just raised better than that. We want to be not dishonorable people. Like y'all can say a lot of things about Black America, but y'all can't say we got hidden intentions. If we mess with you, we mess with you. There ain't no hidden intentions behind that. Everybody else, we can't say that, including Africans. So as you are, it's your own mouth. So, and that's my final thoughts. Like y'all, I don't see no path to us unifying at all. You
Okay.
can't trust people who ran away.
Jersey.
Yeah, so I just want to say for the longest time I tried to approach these conversations in a really balanced way, but the more and more wild stuff I hear, I'm starting to really side eye folks' intentions. I mean, I keep hearing, things about unity and how, Black Americans are saying this, and that. But like, I would urge people to ask the extremely hard questions and not to back off of it until they receive an answer. And that question would be, what is the root cause of the disunity? Like, in other words, what is the root cause of all the issues that are going on now? Because it doesn't come out of thin air and it didn't happen overnight, right? It eventually got here because of very specific reasons. So I would urge people to make sure that they ask those questions and don't move from it until you get an answer. Because if you get an answer, right, people will not be able to avoid, the facts of the matter that are going to generally suggest folks being very much for themselves, having an individualistic mindset, looking at our fight here in America as our own and having nothing to do with them, right? And time again, even though we have a documented history of solidarity, okay, that you can easily find, right, it's never been reciprocal. So I would urge people to really ask folks, why is there a lack of this unity that you're talking about? And why did all the name calling and whatever come to be? Where did it come from? And that's what I'll land on that.
Okay, SF.
Final thoughts. My final thought. I think that for my peoples, FBA, Black Americans, however they want to identify, I truly believe we the most high chosen people. And I feel like on these platforms, because we have such an influence on so much, and like I understand the get back, so I'm not like slapping nobody's wrist, you feel me? Because I definitely understand the frustration, because I even fell into the, I got triggered and baited once in a while, you feel me? But I truly feel since we are the most high chosen people, we should move like that in a sense, because they're gonna see the truth of what's happening anyway. You know what I'm saying? So, but if they come in asking for the for the BS, then if it's warranted, it's warranted. But other than that, I feel like we should just keep it stern. We ain't got to stoop to their levels and stuff. But we excitable people, so you feel me? You know what I mean? It is what it is. But that's my final thought on it, though. But anybody wants the info, like I said, just DM me and I'll send it to y'all.
Okay. Thank you guys for joining me. This was a very interesting panel. Jesus Christ, these people, I be trying, y'all. But that lady that came up here earlier that kept saying prove it, she irritated me so bad. Super irritating. Maybe that'll be the next prompt. Like, why does everyone... I mean, that's basically what this is, but why are Black Americans expected to prove their genealogy? Like, what the hell? They don't do that to anybody else.
I gotta. I can one of these days can do a prompt of why do YT people get mad when they find out a black person is smarter than them? Because I had
Oh.
a college experience because I'm in college right now with a bunch of white people, and I had a real experience like this really tested me, and yeah.
They don't
So
ever want to see us doing better than them, ever.
like my
That's why
lab
they
partner,
sabotage us so much.
my lab partner, whatever. Like he got a C in the class, and I had an A, and he told me it was impossible for me to get a
What?
better grade than him. He told me it was impossible. I wanted to slap the shit out of him, but I had to think to myself like, I'm gonna get kicked out. But just the audacity to tell me that it was impossible for me to get a better grade than him.
You know where that comes from, brother? You know where that comes from?
It's jealousy.
It comes from jealousy, and also the idea that by default they're supposed to be smarter than us just from birth, by default, right? So anytime they see black people excelling and reaching levels that they cannot reach, they feel like something must be wrong with them because they're supposed to be winning by default. And so that's why it itches their natural ass when they see somebody like you doing your thing, and they think it's impossible for you to outdo me because after all, I'm white. That's really where that comes from.
Yeah, I was so offended. Like I was ready. I ain't gonna lie. I had to really I had to walk off. I was ready. He took me there because I'm like, we doing the same work, the same homework, the same thing. It's not my fault. I'm performing better than you. It's like I'm learning the same thing you learning. Like I don't. That really made me mad. Like it's impossible. Like wow. Okay.
Damn, the jealousy is real. That's why we're in a situation now. That's why life is the way it is now because of jealousy. I saw a woman, she made a video and she was talking about, there was a study done on the brain waves of racist people, and it's the same as people with addiction.
I
So
saw that.
basically, racist people are addicted to black people.
I saw that video.
That's why they can't leave us alone. It's an addiction. So when we try to explain or try to help them cure their racism, it's like giving a substance to some person to help them get over that substance. I was like, that's some crazy shit, but it makes perfect sense. It's an addiction.
It's like some psychosis. My boy Nas said it. He said some say hate is confused admiration. It's true.
It really is. That's wild. Because these people are always bringing us up, always talking about how they have fatigue. A lot of us don't even live in proximity to them like that. So what's really the issue? They make up these weird scenarios. Remember that trend when white guys was making up scenarios of getting into physical altercations with black guys with dreads? Do y'all remember that? Like they would give like
Yeah,
physical characteristics to an imaginary black guy they would get into an altercation with. And I'm like, why are you even thinking about that?
it's an
Yeah, they
obsession.
need
It's an
Black
obsession.
Americans Anonymous.
They
BAA.
really do. And in particular, it is us Americans. Other people don't get it. And nobody don't give a fuck about these other people the way that they do us. But we out here. I'm about to
That's weird.
go.
Why?
Oh, go ahead. What you said?
No, I'm saying that's weird. I don't understand why. And then they act like we crazy when we call it out. Like, dude, they don't treat y'all like they treat us. Y'all think we running the pressure? Like, no, we ain't crazy. We know what we saying. Like, it's just
Facts.
us for some reason.
Big facts. That's that gaslight. That's that gaslight. Love Jones, you about to shut this down?
Yeah.
Oh nah, wait. So hold up. So where's the after party show?
I don't know. Where you hosting it?
Oh nah, I thought you had something going on. I said let me go ahead and get my spot
No.
early.
We done been up here for 4 hours and 34 minutes.
Yeah, it's been
Okay, all right.
Yo,
I'll
Love,
be
I got a
back.
question for you.
Oh, go ahead.
I joined the bulletin. One of the questions you had was he able to comment in there? You're not able to write in there. At least I'm not able to because I had.
Oh, yeah. A couple people sent me a message saying no. I just didn't know. I don't know how that works. So, I was trying to figure it out. I'm like, I know y'all could see it. So all y'all could do is just react to what I say, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, I was confused by that because I never saw anybody write anything in it. So I was like, can y'all write something? And then a few people sent me a DM and was like, no, we can only see what you post. So I guess it's, well, technically like a bulletin for me to like post stuff and tell y'all stuff, I guess. But, and just reactions, emojis, yeah. Yeah, y'all, this is amazing. Like, what a time to be alive. We are part of a revolution and don't even know.
Facts. It's crazy out here, but it's a
I mean, that's most of our creation, though. I mean, we be a lot of our stuff. We just be doing stuff we don't even realize what we be doing, and it's like, oh, I did that. That's crazy.
All right, I'm out. Thank y'all for joining me.
All right, thanks for
I
having
will
me.
see you guys.
Nice to meet all
Technically
y'all.
today, but tomorrow. Make sure you're following me if you're not already following me, and follow anybody that's left on the panel if you've enjoyed their interactions with tonight's conversation. If you are catching this re-upload on YouTube, like, comment, and subscribe to my motherfucking channel. And life is a movie. You're starring in it. The world is a stage. You're at the center of it. Don't let
What's
nobody
your
tell you who you are.
What's your YouTube page? I didn't know you had a YouTube page.
Yeah, it's the Love Jones Show.
Okay, I'm gonna follow you on
Oh yeah,
that
I gotta
too.
get on that. Yeah.
Yes.
I'll
All
be
right.
back on YouTube. All right, good night.
Good night, y'all. Spread love is the Brooklyn way.
Right.
Bye.